Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Welcome back to the stream. By the way, thanks for the tier 1 sub, Captain. I really appreciate it. You just got affiliate yesterday, so I'm really happy about that. Thank you guys for all of your support and your help. I mean, obviously that couldn't have happened without you, and that means a lot. And I'm glad that I can keep doing this and that you guys are enjoying it. Hey, worshiper of Olympians, how are you? Good morning. Now, today we got a lot to go over. We're really in the thick of it now, guys. Shit's going down. I'm good. I'm excited for this stream. We're gonna have quite a lot of fun. I have a lot planned, and I'm not sure if it's too much or not. Oh shit, one second. My cat. I forgot to feed the cat in the morning. Oh my goodness. I'll be literally like 10 seconds. I just have to go throw some food in his bowl. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, that's embarrassing. Great way to start off stream. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get right into it. So, I want to start off with something fun. I've been seeing this video making the rounds on Twitter. It's a TikTok video of I think his name is Dean. He's some influencer that's like Zoomers like, I don't know. But he is debating a bunch of Trump supporters. And there's one clip in particular. It's a Jubilee thing, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing. It is really good, though. If you guys want to go and check out the entire video, I highly recommend it. He kind of slaughters all of them. But this one in particular I found both fun, funny, and important to talk about. So let's have a look. Oh, by the way, if there's any issues with my audio, just let me know. I had a chatter suggest some changes to my mic setup because I'm really bad with sound, and I tested it all, but I'm not quite sure that it's going to come out the same on stream because Streamlabs tends to hate me. But yeah, just let me know. So let's have a look at this one. So again, this is It's Dean versus 20 Trump supporters. Let's have a look.
Kamala Harris would be a much better president than Donald Trump. Welcome in.
Hi.
Hi. So, do you mind if I give you my reasons why I think that Harris would be a better president?
She looks like Victoria Justice, and I can't get over that to start off with. I don't know, I watched Victorious, I liked it. That just looks like Victoria Justice to me, but let's continue.
If you want.
Yeah, so there's...
Also, wait, why the hell are you at a debate? And he asked, oh, do you want to hear my reasons for why I'm making this claim? And her response is, if you want. That kind of just starts off showing that she actually has no intention of engaging in this with good faith. So that's good to keep in mind as we watch the video.
My reasons why I think that Harris would be a better president?
If you want.
Yeah, so there's two main categorical reasons why I say Harris would be better than Trump. The first category is character. The second category is policy. Let's start off with character. First of all, Trump is a felon. Trump is a fraudster. Trump is an election denier. He's a dictator on day one, wannabe fascist, okay?
The blurred out part is he's a rapist, because he is. At the very least, he's been found liable of sexual assault, but the man's a rapist, Epstein friend, etc., etc. We all know this.
Kamala Harris is none of those. Kamala Harris wants to protect and preserve a democracy. She wants to fight for the freedoms of all Americans, especially the 170 million American women and girls. And then we could reference policy next. If you want to respond to character, go for it. If you want me to hop straight into policy, I could do that too.
Well, you know, starting with character, I technically do not think she's a good person. Speaking of which, you know, if we're bringing up stuff from the past, we can say she slept with Willie Brown, broke up a family just to get her job. And while she was there,
When she slept with Willie Brown, he had been divorced for 3 years, just to start off with.
She used a firm that was putting people in jail that had false positives on drug tests, and she knew they had false positives. She admitted to that, and she was still putting mainly black and brown people in jail, considering...
So I looked into this claim, and if any of you have a link to send me, I would very much appreciate it, but I have found literally zero evidence of her knowing about any false positives on drug tests or her admitting it. I know she did put away a lot of, especially like Black people, into prison for nonviolent drug offenses when she was the AG in California. But since then, she has reversed her stance on that. She's pro decriminalization of cannabis and thinks that nobody should go to prison for nonviolent drug offenses. So, I mean, that point's kind of moot because that was more than a decade ago. People changed their positions, you know? And that's not a bad thing. That's not flip-flopping. That's evolving your position over time with the new evidence that you gain. Another good example is Kamala Harris, when she was the AG, had put, I believe it was a trans woman, in a male prison. And since then, she has come out and said, no, just trans people should go to prison that matches their gender identity. She's also been in support of giving gender-affirming care to prisoners, which, again, just closes out that point. But
And both. That is very much a big issue for me. And also that a woman shouldn't represent, they should just sleep to the top for their job. They should actually work hard for it. I generally don't think that she's a good representative. There's plenty of other women out there.
Yeah, I have a question. How many votes did she get in a run for AG? Do you know? How many votes did she get
We're
in a run?
talking about character, though.
Of course.
That's
We'll talk
character
about
and morals. And if we're mentioning character and morals here, she's clearly not a good person.
I'm responding to your
just
claim.
like you had mentioned all that stuff about Trump, which could be true.
I'm
She's an
referencing your claim
adulterer
that she.
and a family.
I'm
wrecker.
referencing your claim that she slept to the top.
again, so just to start off with, no one's sleeping to the top. That's not a thing that happens in like politics necessarily. I mean, yeah, sure, in Hollywood it's been the case, and then it's come out that it wasn't women sleeping to the top, it was women being forced to sleep with people to get positions, to be able to do their job. It's abuse that is being framed as an incentive for women to fuck their way to the top. And it's, first of all, it's so upsetting to hear this coming out of this woman's mouth. She's being incredibly misogynistic, which isn't surprising for Trump supporter women. I mean, a lot of them are misogynists. They just don't know that they are. They're hurting themselves by doing this. And again, this is a lie. Kamala Harris did not sleep her way to the top. There's literally zero evidence of this. But Dean makes a great point here of she was running for Attorney General in California.
Family.
I'm
record.
referencing your claim that she slept to the top. How many votes did she get when she was running for AG and DA in the state of California?
But that has nothing to do with the fact
It does.
that
She got
someone-
4.5 million votes in total. 80 million for her run for AG or DA. I don't remember which one. And then 4.4 million for the other one. I have a question. You're saying that she slept her way to the top. How many of those 4.5 million people that voted for her did she have to sleep with?
Incredible
Well,
point.
Obviously, we're in California, and this is pretty corrupt.
Wait, so obviously we're in California. So she goes into this is completely corrupt, and I couldn't differentiate watching this because I watched that bit about 3 times of, is she saying like, oh, this is California, you know, like everyone's a hoe, or is she saying California's like extra corrupt so that somehow that's more possible? But again, it's a vote. She's not being appointed to this position. The people had to vote for her. So the question of how many of those 4.5 million people did she have to sleep with to get those votes is an incredibly valid question. And it's a stupid question to have to ask because, I mean, like, look at her face right now. Like, obviously this is a freeze frame, but this is probably like the inside of her brain, just that face from this one particular frame of her talking. It's so unfortunate. People are so dumb.
But to say that she needed the votes of most people that matter, which is the person she slept with, could actually overturn and hide these votes just like they did with the election. But
Listen, the idea that
Oh yeah, election fraud. Yes. The voter fraud that we've only ever seen come from Republicans. Absolutely.
women have to sleep with men to get into positions
And
of
that's
power
exactly what she
is
did.
a
It's
misogynistic
exactly what
lie.
she's exonerating.
One moment.
She's saying that
Do you mind if I finish
that
talking real quick?
we have to open our legs to get jobs. That's exactly how she used it.
Do you mind if I just finish talking real quick? Also, I would like to finish out this conversation. There's a lot of red flags up, though. So saying that women have to sleep with men to get into positions of power is a misogynistic lie. What
I
you are
didn't say
doing?
that. She just
one
did
moment.
that.
One moment.
That's what she represents.
What you are?
Oh, that's what she represents, right? By the way, who has that much sway over people in order? No, yeah, there is nobody. she's going to claim that it was Willie Brown, who again was not in any sort of a position to do anything like that. And the claim that she slept with him, broke up his marriage, and then he somehow hid votes that were against her because she got 4.5 million, but she also didn't get 4.5 million because she slept with, like, none of this is coherent. She has like 3 different Trump phrases that she heard at rallies that she's compiled together into one sentence in her mind and has declared that this is what she believes to be true.
What you were doing is you were taking Kamala Harris, you were taking her character, you were taking her proposed policy, you were taking her intelligence, and you were taking her wisdom, and you're throwing it out of the window. Because when you say that the only reason she's in
I
her
wish it was
position
Tom
today
Holland,
is
Sweetie
because she
Pete.
slept with-
It's an influencer called it's Dean or something. I don't know, Zoomer shit.
with a man that had been legally divorced for 3 years is a
I
lie.
didn't.
She got
She slept with him
4.5
while
million
he was
votes to get
married.
into AG and DA and slept with 0 of them. The question I have for you
Oh, you don't
is
know
how
that
you feel
though.
about
Do you
Donald
know
Trump.
that? No.
Okay.
Absolutely
so
not.
you think that she slept
wait.
with 4.5 million people to
I'm
get in
sure
her
she
position
could
of
have,
power?
but the
I'm
one
sure she could have slept with 4.5 million people to get those votes. That's how stupid these people are, is that they'll get cornered into a position in which they have nothing that they can say. Like, if I wanted to fuck my way into office, I have to fuck 2 women, which is Beyonce and Taylor Swift. And then, again, it's up to their discretion whether they want to endorse me. Well, I mean, I'm not saying Kamala Harris had a threesome with Beyonce and Taylor Swift. But what I am saying is if that did happen, that would absolutely secure my vote. Which, to be fair, is already secured. But holy shit, could you imagine?
Are you serious?
was the most important person. But
that she slept with 4.5 million people to get in her
she
position
could
of
have.
power?
But the one
Wait,
person that
are
she
you
did
serious?
was the most important person.
Did you just say that she had to sleep with 4.5 million
No,
people?
I didn't say that. I said that she slept with one of the most relevant people to get her job.
was his
to
name?
get in. Willie Brown.
And how
I
did
just said
sleeping
that
with Willie Brown get her the 4.5 million votes in her run for
because
AG&DA?
he was in the same position she needed to get.
But we have civil.
That makes no sense. And yes, exactly. We have civil electoral processes, as he's going to say, but I just want you to see the end of this because it's the best part of this clip. And yeah, guys, it would be incredibly based.
Electoral processes. We are a constitutional
are
republic
this?
with democratic processes. Yes, I do. And you're saying that she somehow circumvented these civil electoral processes?
I don't hate women, guys. Just like
When you lose that bad that you have to get up, leave the debate, and go, I don't hate women, guys. Just absolutely eviscerated. I highly recommend watching this full video. It's from Jubilee. You can find it on YouTube, I think. But yeah, hilarious. So, on to some more stupid shit. Apparently, Elon Musk wants to remove the block button on Twitter. Not completely. If blocked, the account is still public. It will still be visible to you. They can still see what you tweet, but and they can respond to it, but you just can't see it, which essentially removes the entire purpose of a block button. Yeah, just block Elon, problem solved. So this, first of all, isn't going to happen because Google and Apple's social media apps required to have a block feature. If you want to be on the App Store or the Google Play Store, as a social media app, you have to be able to have a block feature that works. And both Google and Apple have said, no, that shit does not fly here. He doesn't want anyone to block him and have the users on his own website. No, that's actually probably not it. And yeah, EU most likely requires it as well. I don't think it's that. I think it's the fact that he wants more Nazis on this site being able to harass leftists. He's getting ratioed, he's getting called out on his tweets, he's getting made fun of, and a lot of the accounts that, like the bot accounts that come at you when you tweet something that the right finds controversial, if you block them, then they can't harass you. Whereas if this was to pass, you'd still be able to see those messages, and they'd still be able to continue tweeting at you and see what you're posting. Right now, if someone has you blocked, you can't go onto their Twitter page and see what they post. whether you can see the posts that are put, like the replies that are given to you or not, if you're blocked, you can't like interact with that person's content. And I think the goal of that is to increase the amount of harassment. But who knows? It's not going to happen. Like your neighborly sheet poster said, Europe won't allow it. Google and Apple won't allow it either. It's just not going to happen. But Elon Musk is an idiot, so of course he's going to try. Now, moving on to some good news. Twitter's already banned in Brazil. Did you guys see that Elon Musk actually backed down from his fight in Brazil? Because the reason Twitter got banned in Brazil, yeah, exactly. Twitter got blocked in Brazil because Brazil said, "Oh, you're platforming hate speech and Nazis. We need you to assign like a legal representative for your company to represent you in Brazilian court." And Elon Musk refused to do that. And that is why Twitter was just blocked in Brazil, is because he wouldn't declare a legal representative to represent the corporation of, I guess, X, I think it's called, in court. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. But obviously, Brazil is actually one of the largest markets for Twitter. Most of Brazil uses Twitter. I don't think it's most, but a good chunk of Brazil used Twitter, and that hurt Elon Musk quite a lot. This site is already struggling with revenue. Obviously, no advertisers want to be on this site. It's just inundated with Nazi shit. The reason that people like me still use this site is because this is where the news is. This is where the news breaks. Before you get that AP headline, you're going to see it on Twitter. Before you get it on ground news, you're going to see it on Twitter. And the discourse that happens here also ends up making the news. So we have to be on this site. Yeah, the fourth largest users by 24 million. That's insane. And so he backed down. He did appoint a legal representative for the company in Brazil. And he said he would pay the fines because Brazil called his bluff and he lost because he's Elon Musk and he's not all that smart. Cutoff is huge. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that Elon Musk desperately needs. So obviously, though, I don't necessarily think that this is going to help him very much because he's still platforming Nazis and also himself posting Nazi shit all the time now. I mean, for now, how reliable have oil sheiks ever really been? They do whatever the hell they work in their own best interest. That's the thing, is these rich people all work in their own best interest, and occasionally they'll work together. But if something's not like profitable or helping you in some political way, it's over. Elon Musk, after this election, if Kamala Harris wins, is basically irrelevant. And I hope to God that man gets hit with an antitrust suit. And among multiple other, I mean, I've already called for a top-down DOJ investigation to see if he's influencing he is influencing the election. He should be in jail for that. He owns a social media company and is endorsing a candidate, is regularly interfering. And he'll be relevant in that form, but yeah. But what is going to be in the next Twitter? I would rather it just go back to the way it was pre-Musk. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than this. I mean, any one of my posts just get filled instantly. Anytime I say anything about Israel, you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist supporter, you're Hamas. Anytime you say anything about Donald Trump, you're a fascist, you're a communist, you're da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, I mean, Meta's trying with Threads, but no one wants to use Threads. Well, people do use Threads. I don't want to use Threads. I don't know. And also, it's not like Mark Zuckerberg is all that much better than Elon Musk anyway. To be fair, I kind of just hate social media in general. I think this is the way that social media exists in our society right now is kind of a blight. It does more harm than good. And I'm talking about Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of them. Who would be the successor? I don't know the answer to that. This would have to be, I mean, to be fair, preferably, if we're asking for the ideal, which is never going to happen, is the state owns it and then allows, has like an electoral process out of those who work in Twitter and out of those who have worked there before to elect someone to lead the company, but as a state-owned company that the state doesn't interfere with, because this is a media platform. Again, it would be socialism is my best ideal here. Zucker is miles better than Musk, but he's still a piece of shit and a lizard. Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily trust him any more than Musk. Mark Zuckerberg had to admit to Congress that they're well aware that their social media site. Well, yeah, Musk doesn't even bother showing up. At least Mark Zuckerberg will go there and try and lie. But is that really the bar? Is that the line that we're holding these people to? Is show up to the meeting and try to lie at least a little bit? I'd rather just make this work better. Okay, sure. Elon Musk is much worse than Mark Zuckerberg. To be fair, Elon Musk is also like in a ketamine-induced like haze half the time anyway. Oh shit, I have an ad about to start. I don't know how the ads work for this. And yes, Zuck isn't a moron. That is true. Mark Zuckerberg is actually intelligent, whereas Elon Musk is incredibly stupid and has just gotten lucky. So you're not wrong about that at all. Do I have an ad playing? Can someone teach me how this ad stuff works? Oh, okay. Ad starts in 4 minutes and 25 seconds, I guess. I think I'm going to have an ad break at the top of the hour or every half hour. Yeah, I hate social media in general anyway. I can't remember if I set it up for an ad break at the top of the hour. If I did, it'll be 3 minutes. If it's on the half hour, it'll be a minute and a half. So thanks for that, guys, and sorry about it anyway. But yes, social media is a blight on our society. It has led to an incredible amount of hatred being spewed. It has led to misinformation. It has led to some good things. I recommend doing what your fellow Turkish American. Yeah, the top of the hour. I might fix it to that if it's not on the half hour. I don't actually. Can I do this while I'm streaming? Sorry, guys. Let me take this for a second and make it better for you guys, because I don't want an ad every half hour interrupting me either. No, I'm not gonna do the empty chair thing. I'm not Hassan, okay? Yeah, okay. I've just made it so ads are at the top of the hour now, not every half hour. Thanks for that update. Now, let's talk about some good stuff, you know? Differences, Hassan is sort of. Oh, thank you. Hey, Cap, welcome. Oh, loving the little, what's it called? The badge. Thanks for being my first tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. So, new Kamala Harris ad, another banger. The Kamala Harris campaign team is like a universe away from the Biden campaign team. Biden's campaign did nothing, literally nothing. Whereas this is what a Kamala Harris ad looks like.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice. I won't vote for him again. January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us.
The bar is pretty low, but she exceeds it like a rocket with these ads. Well, at least her campaign team does. This isn't necessarily about the candidate, it's more just how the campaign is being run that I'm talking about here.
Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
I mean, look, for the most part, I'm a single issue voter, and that is Trump losing. You know what? That's fair. Yeah, I did get the thingy, Wesley. Look, what I will say right here is normally I would not say trying to pander to Republicans is in any way, or the center in general, is in any way helpful as running from the left. And to be clear, Kamala Harris is a progressive Democrat. She's not on the centrist wing of the Democrat Party. And she has been aiming to the center, however, to try and pull voters away from Trump and the centrist. And normally I would say you should aim to the left. The average American is very much in favor of, like Bernie Sanders policies, you know, Medicare for all, free college, cancel student loan debt. All of these things make people happy and make people want to get out and vote and energize you. The issue is Israel. She can't really pander to the left while staying the course that she is staying on Israel. And again, at the moment, she can't really change course on Israel because she's part of the Biden campaign. Like, she's part of the Biden administration. She can't outright say much that goes against what the president is saying. Now, I don't necessarily think that she will be much different than Biden on pretty much on a lot of things, really, but especially Israel. But in this case, pandering to the center and the right seems to be working a little bit. This is not normal. He erodes the basic fundamentals of the Republic. Oh, just you wait. I have a lot to show you about that. Did you see, like yesterday, he was talking about we should imprison people for criticizing the Supreme Court? Hold on, I think I can find that really quickly. Here we go. Yeah, again, like, you're right. He does erode the entire system. He's a danger to democracy and to the world. But the average American voter is not thinking about it that way. They're thinking about how they're personally being affected and what these people say and how it has to relate to them. And so I think pulling the Republicans away in this one case has been useful. Although normally I would say, yeah, median voter syndrome, exactly. I think she should aim a bit more to the left, but the Israel stuff is what's stopping her. But look at this. This is you can't say that this is anything but fascism.
They were very brave, the Supreme Court, very brave, and they take a lot of...
Oh, this isn't just hot air, your neighborly sheet poster. If he gets into power, he will imprison you for criticizing him, the Supreme Court. He wants to end free speech. It's also, yeah, he wants, exactly. He wants to be the king.
They were very brave, the Supreme Court, very brave, and they take a lot of hits because of it. It should be illegal what happens. You know, you have these guys like playing the ref, like the great Bobby Knight. These people are...
He has said before that he would, like, get rid of the Constitution. He has said that out loud.
Should be put in jail the way they talk about our judges and our justices.
Yeah, the felon talking about how people should be in jail. He says like 2,000 different things, yes. But again, he means them, and it's not him. These aren't his ideas. He's fucking stupid. All he wants to do is golf and rape women. It's people like J.D. Vance. It's people like the Heritage Foundation. It's people like Peter Thiel. They're the ones that are making these policies. I mean, Bannon's in prison, but it's not like he's still not affecting what happens. The man gets phone calls. His cabinet genuinely, they are demons. They are ghouls. I was trying to explain this to a chick from Tinder that I've been talking to yesterday, and what she couldn't understand is, like, how do people have this much hatred for others in their heart? And I tried to explain that the average voter who supports these things, they're being misled, a lot of them, but some of them also are just hateful. But to be in the positions of power, every single elected Republican is a ghoul. They have no humanity, no soul, no empathy. They are a ghoul that has crawled out of the ground specifically to suck the happiness and the wealth away from you. Specifically, they hate you. Specifically, every one of us. You, me, Wesley, your neighborhood sheet poster. Not even just you. your neighbor Lee sheet poster. It's your entire neighborhood. He wants them to suffer. All of them do. These people hate us. And so it doesn't matter whether you like communism or not. I don't like fascism and I don't like Nazis. And these people are Nazis. I would prefer liberalism over Nazis. I would prefer liberalism over fascism. I don't like liberalism, but I'll settle for it. The economic policies of Donald Trump specifically benefit like 1,000 people at the cost of the other 350 million. We're not talking about political ideology anymore. This is a takeover. This is if they succeed, this will be referred to historically as a revolution. You guys understand that, right? Like if he was to succeed 10 years from now, you will have free healthcare whether you like it or not. No, I'm not joking though. If these people succeed within 10 years, history books are going to be calling this the Great Revolution. They're not trying to they're not Americans anymore. These people are un-American. These people are as un-American as the Confederates, even worse than the Confederates. At least the Confederates just wanted to leave. They didn't want to destroy the entire country. I do think that he would destroy the country in every way that matters. Remember, all the immigration talk is essentially one-to-one Nazi talk, but America was built on immigration. Give me your poor, you're hungry, you're sick, you're yearning for freedom. You have the right to liberty, to the pursuit of happiness. These are American ideals that he wants to remove. Exactly. No, Wesley, you're absolutely right. I just want this to be over so this man will go the fuck away. We can work on MAGA because they're not going to go away. He's too old to run again. I don't think he'll be an issue. It's the demons behind him that'll be the issue. But I don't know. Without him, I feel like they won't have as much of the hype train, the gas on the pedal. I want to go back to talking about normal shit, you know? I want to go back to the Obama-Romney debate days when we were talking about somewhat normal things. You know, it's not like Romney was normal. We still made fun of him. He was still bad. And Obama wasn't a good president. He was better than Bush. But I just want to go back to like trying to make positive change for the world rather than having to defend every inch of what we have from the Nazis that want to take it away from us. I don't know. It's pretty bad. But again, the Harris campaign team is doing great in sacrifice for what, Captain? The rich need to pay more taxes. We don't have free healthcare. We could pay for that and free college like this. Like that easy. It's incredibly easy and infuriating that we don't do this. Do you realize that 1,000 people have more wealth than... Yeah, it would be cheaper. You know it's cheaper to give homeless people free houses than it is to not do that? Genuinely, like we could give every homeless person a free house. We could build it and give them a free house, and it would save the government money. In some cases, giving homeless people money and a house makes the government money. Yeah, it's not about affordability. That's just an excuse that they like to throw out there. I mean, that is better than healthcare, giving people houses and money. I think we should be doing all of that. I think we should be giving people places to live. I am totally in favor of like a universal paycheck that every single American just gets money every month or every 2 weeks or every week. I don't know. We can figure out a pay schedule just for existing and being an American. We should just give them money. You guys understand that the highest tax rate right now for corporations is at 34%. This shit used to be in like above 80% in some cases. Back in the 40s or the 30s, I think it was up above 70%. Getting people out of a tough stitch and making them productive workers is a good thing. Yeah, fucking shocker. And yes, universal basic income is it's difficult to talk about that in our current political climate because most people can't even conceptualize free healthcare, let alone basic income. But we as America could easily afford this. Like, it would take zero effort from us, and it would not negatively impact you in any way at all. You wouldn't notice the change until suddenly you're getting free money and free healthcare. That's it. Tomorrow is a better day if we keep working for it, and that's what I mean. We got to get rid of these fucking Nazis so we can start working towards things like this, things that matter, things that help people. Now, here's another thing that I think is cool that might help people. Kamala Harris has said that she's in favor of ending the filibuster to codify Roe v. Wade into law. It would impact Bezos, yeah. Good. I don't want him to have as much money as he does, and Musk, and every other billionaire. There's about 1,000 of them in the United States that should not be billionaires. I don't think billionaires should exist, Captain. I think if you're a billionaire, the government should immediately take all of the money and bring you just down to, I don't know, 100 million at most, and then spread that evenly. How do we prevent them from leaving the country? We don't. You think they can leave? You think they can take their business somewhere else? America is the marketplace. They need us. Yeah. I mean, Wesley's right. They can't leave. They need us. We are the country. We are the world's superpower. Elon, if they were going to leave us, why wouldn't they have done so by now? It's not like we haven't been investigating these social media companies and these billionaire. Well, one of three. No, I don't think anyone is comparable to the United States as a superpower. Any country in the world. I don't think China comes the closest, but I wouldn't consider them anywhere close to our level. We would annihilate them. Not to say that I want a war with China, but militarily we are a superpower. Economically, we are a superpower. Now, economically, China and us are pretty, intertwined, but their economy is not better than ours. Musk is the most concerned about union busting. Well, they all hate fucking unions. That's the thing. Why do you think they're pushing so hard for AI? Because that means that they can get rid of union workers and just have a robot do a job that they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay you overtime. They don't have to pay you benefits. They don't have to deal with wages. They don't have to deal with strikes. That's the reason why they push AI so hard. That's why they spend so much money investing in it. Not that it's going to work. It's stupid. Musk wants to go to space and doesn't even know how that works. He was talking about going to Mars the other day. And I can't remember the exact tweet quote, but it wasn't even correct. Yeah, exactly. They just want more money. Fuck these people. You gotta consider how many people live there, though. How long? Okay, but that still doesn't make that doesn't. My point of we are still the world's only superpower, and that these corporations can't leave. They're trapped here. They need us. It still stands, But this is quite important because the filibuster, to start off with, is. It's been used for some good and it's been used for some bad. It used to be more useful, but for decades now, it's abused by the Republicans to block anything that Democrats want to do. Now, I think that it should be gone and it's a stupid process to begin with. I don't think it should have really existed at all. I'm totally in favor of her ending the filibuster, especially because if she was to win office and still win the Senate and the House, they would still filibuster her for literally every policy. They did this for Obama, so fuck them. The right is claiming that this is banning free speech, which makes no sense, but whatever.
It is well within our reach to hold on to the majority in the Senate and take back the House, and so I
agree with the multipolarity thing to an extent, but that's a well-off goal in the future. We're not anywhere close to being able to get to a non-hegemony. One risky country is better than three. I'd rather just keep us in charge for now. It's my American chauvinism showing. I don't care. Fuck the rest of you. America should be in charge right now of everybody else. As well, I mean, assuming that Donald Trump loses, and then we can work shit out. And to be fair, we already kind of are. Whether people will agree with it or not, we decide what happens in the world. We decide where it goes. We decide what the conversation is. We decide what everyone else is allowed to do. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Like Wesley's right. This is not a good thing, but it is the way that it is. Reality just is set. I mean, it doesn't care about whether it's good or bad. It's reality. And we need to fix it. And that's what we're advocating for. But first we have to come to an understanding of we are in this reality and this is how it is. It's not just geography. Come on, Captain, you know better than this. It's so much more than geography. It's economics, it's military power, it's influence on other countries. Population size isn't it is a factor, but it's not anywhere close to the rest of these. If population size was what decided that, then India would be the strongest country in the world. Why are we talking about World War II? That's more than 50 years ago, man. We're talking about 2024. World War II has nothing to do with this anymore. Sure, the systems that were put in place post-World War II is what led to this, but we have evolved far beyond that it's not relevant anymore. Historical precedent is relevant in that understanding how we got where we are, you will live in the now. Like I said, it's important to understand how we got here, and it's important to understand to avoid making the same mistakes, but it is not relevant to the conversation that we're having. America is the hegemon of the world, and nobody else can challenge us. If they could, they would have by now. Now, can we get back to this, please? We can get into this later when we talk about Israel. We got a lot to go through today. I want to talk about some good news first. I fully support getting rid of the filibuster. If you don't know what the filibuster is, it's a tactic that's often employed in Congress. Basically, if you are in the minority, you can talk during a debate for as long as you like before the issue can be settled. There have been instances of senators who sat there and spoke for 30 hours to essentially delay the ability for Congress to vote on something. And I think that that's incredibly stupid. It's been used for good in the past, but I don't think it should exist in general. And Kamala Harris is pro getting rid of it.
Hold on to the majority in the Senate and take back the House. And so I would also emphasize that while the presidential election is extremely important and dispositive of where we go moving forward, it also is about what we need to do to hold on to the Senate and win seats in the House.
Now, to be fair, I am pretty concerned about the House and the Senate, but we really need to win the House and the Senate, guys. Please go out and vote Dem all the way down the ticket, because if we just win the presidency, that's great. It's fine. Trump isn't the president, but it's not just Trump. The entire Republican Party are evil ghouls. They're demons. They hate you. We can't let them have control of the House and the Senate, or either or God forbid both, because then nothing gets done. Kamala Harris loses in her second term because nothing got done, and the Republicans will lie about it, saying, oh, look, she did literally nothing for 8 years, even though she wasn't president for 4 of them. We need to win those seats. Get out there. And those from Colorado, please kick Lauren Boebert out of Congress in general. She already had to move to Colorado 3, and I know you people in Colorado 3, vote against her. Get that absolute vile hag away from our politics.
That being said, I've been very clear. I think we should eliminate the filibuster for Roe, and we need and get us to the point where 51 votes would be what we need to actually put back in law the protections for reproductive freedom and for the ability of every person and every woman to make decisions about their own body and not have their...
I mean, they can try and impeach her, but they've tried to do that with Biden how many times? They won't be able to remove her if she's the president. Maybe if the Supreme Court helps out, but no, because she would have immunity. If she becomes the president, she has immunity. She can do whatever the fuck she wants.
Their government tell them what to do. It is well within our reach.
It's just now dawning on me that a Democrat president in this day and age might have immunity because of the Supreme Court, and I think that's quite funny. If only it was a Democrat that I believed would use it to like fix the country. Yeah. Like she could do a lot with that, but it depends on whether she will or not. I mean, she could make executive orders that are technically illegal. Maybe we don't know. Remember, we don't know what she's going to do. We know that she has a progressive voting record, and we know that she didn't do much under Biden, but that's because vice presidents for a while now haven't played too much of a role in active politics. They're mostly emissaries to other countries. In the past, the vice president has played a much more active role, and I'm hoping that's also going to be the case now with Tim Walz. It does seem to be that that's where they're leaning, that Tim Walz will actually have much more power as the vice president than Kamala Harris did. This could be an incredibly paced 4 years, especially if Tim Walz actually is able to influence where this goes. Now let's, on the other end of this, because again, we were just talking about getting rid of the filibuster to codify Roe v. Wade back into law. This is what Bernie Moreno, a Republican Senate candidate for Ohio, says. And again, this is why we need to win the Senate. Ohioans, vote against this guy if you want your bodily autonomy to be respected.
Now, I mentioned before the break that we just got in something sort of shocking from a U.S. Senate candidate, a Republican candidate. This is coming from Ohio. In Ohio, the Democratic incumbent senator is, of course, Senator Sherrod Brown. He's running for re-election. Republicans have nominated a wealthy car dealer to try to unseat Sherrod Brown. The Republican candidate is named Bernie Moreno. And we just got in this tape of Bernie Moreno at a campaign event in Lebanon, Ohio. Watch.
It's gotten to the point, you're going to hear what he says, but before you do, I need you to understand that this kind of rhetoric was not normal before Trump. Donald Trump normalized this kind of rhetoric, this fascist rhetoric, and so much hate speech and political violence. This is all coming from the Republican Party. These people are fucking evil.
You know, the left has a lot of single-issue voters. Sadly, by the way, there's a lot of suburban women. A lot of suburban women that are like, listen, abortion's it. If I can't have an abortion in this country whenever I want, I will vote for anybody else.
Now, first of all, I just want to stop there. That alone is a crazy statement, but the reason why he's saying that, specifically about suburban women, funny enough, is that suburban white women were some of the strongest supporters of Donald Trump. They're some of the most brainwashed, the craziest. It's because they spend a lot more time on social media. I think. I honestly don't know what has caused the fascistic shift of suburban white women in the United States. It's the NIMBYs, the Not in My Backyards, the homeowners association, the school board ones that want to ban books. These people are being pulled away from the Republican Party because of the abortion issue. And that's where this rhetoric comes from. It terrifies them because they need women. Remember, women are half of this country. And some of their most ardent supporters have been suburban white women, and they're losing them, and they're afraid.
If I can't have an abortion in this country whenever I want, I will vote for anybody
Whenever
else.
I want?
Okay.
Obviously, look at the language. It's a little crazy, by the way. And especially women who are past 50, obviously they're not talking about themselves. This dickwad will make it sound like that. He's trying to make this sound crazy and irrational. The women over 50 that are saying, I won't vote for anyone that's anti-abortion is because they want their kids to be able to have these rights. Other people, they respect humanity. They're not ghouls like this man is.
Crazy, by the way, but especially for women that are like past 50, I'm thinking to myself, that's an issue for you.
And the people voting are, I mean, not voting, laughing in that crowd. I mean, they're just as bad. Now, another corrupt Republican, it's almost like the entire Republican Party is corrupt, because every day I see another one of these. Congressman had an affair, then put his lover on the payroll. New York Republican Anthony D'Esposito gave part-time jobs to both his lover and his fiance's daughter in violation of House ethics rules by the New York Times. Look, you can read this article if you want. It doesn't necessarily matter. The details of it are kind of irrelevant. The headline covers it. I mean, look, in April, D'Esposito added someone even closer to him to his payroll, a woman with whom he was having an affair. According to 4 people familiar with the relationship, this woman was Devin Foss, collected $2,000 a month for a part-time job in the same district role. Payments to both women stopped abruptly several months later in July 2023. Records show around that time, Mr. D'Esposito's fiance found out about his relationship and briefly broke up with him. I mean, again, degenerates and corrupt. The entire Republican Party. Speaking of corrupt degenerates, we got the Black Nazi, which incredibly funnily, he was offered IT help, like tech support, because his claim of this is fake news, this is doctored, I didn't say any of these things, they're pretending it's me. Rejected multiple offers from supporters to connect him with IT specialists to help the Republican gubernatorial nominee investigate racist and lewd comments on pornographic websites. He doesn't want to look into them. He doesn't want help looking into them because he's lying when he says that they're fake, and he knows it.
New today.
His entire campaign staff, essentially, have dropped out. The Republican Governors, it's the Republican Governors Association, I think, has cut all funding to him. He's spent $0 in ads. He was already behind in this race. He's kind of fucked, which is good because I don't want a Black Nazi to be the governor of North Carolina. And my friends in North Carolina also don't want him to be the governor of North Carolina.
Hey, sources tell WREL Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson rejected offers to help investigate posts that CNN reports he made on a pornography site. Several top staffers have resigned from his campaign since the story came out. WREL's Capitol Bureau Chief Laura Leslie is live tonight with what the Republican candidate for governor said about it at an event today. Laura?
Deb, Robinson has repeatedly denied that he made those comments reported by CNN. And again, today he called it a salacious false lie. But so far, he hasn't offered any evidence that it's not true.
A salacious false lie that I want no help investigating and I want to ignore entirely.
And sources tell us he even turned down an offer to help him disprove it. According to the CNN investigation, a username that links back to Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson posted dozens of...
That name alone just tells you that this man, in his mind, thinks he thinks he's a Nazi soldier. He wants to be... He hates himself so much. Because remember, he's also said that he wants slavery back. This man just hates himself so much. He wishes from like the bottom of his heart that he was white with blonde hair and blue eyes and just mini soldier. Come on, man. He's a LARPer. He's LARPing as a Nazi, as a black man, and it's funny. I mean, it's also horrible, but it is funny. It's okay to make fun of this guy. In fact, I highly recommend it because he deserves it. I mean, let alone just on the cringe factor alone from the name. If you think about any aspect of this man is a vile, like, creature from the depths of hell.
Of lewd and disturbing
an exorcism for the Republican Party.
Africa between 2008 and 2013. That includes one post in which the user says, "I'm a black Nazi," and another saying, "Slavery is not bad. I wish they would bring it back." The scandal has been in the national headlines ever since, although Robinson has repeatedly said he did not make those comments. He told supporters at an event Monday he's pursuing legal action over the story.
You better understand, I am coming after CNN full throttle.
Oh, yeah. Good luck suing
Has
CNN
not
for
yet
this.
offered any evidence that the CNN story is not true. And
have a look.
WRAL has learned Robinson turned down offers of legal and technical help to prove he did.
Is this actually him? That doesn't really look like, I mean, maybe with the hair. Oh, it's not him. Duh, I'm an idiot. I didn't read what you said. Oh my goodness. You guys gotta remember that it's not even 7 a.m. for me right now. That's what he wishes, though. That's how he sees himself.
Saying this weekend that he wanted to move forward.
But we have got to put the people first. And
Lefty
in order to
misinfo.
put the people first. In order to put the people first, we've got to concentrate on this campaign. And
I didn't read the 1940. I read the whole message next time. Look, he wants this to go away. This isn't the point to focus on. It's the race, blah, 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 blah. Just like very basic, obvious excuses. To the point where even several, I think it was Lindsey Graham said that if he doesn't deny this credibly, he's a zombie.
Some fellow
Oh, there we go.
Republicans
It's
are
actually in
calling
this
on
video.
Robinson
Sorry, I thought it was in a different video.
to prove his innocence to the voters.
God, where's my brain this
when
morning?
Reporters asked Robinson what steps he's taking, he blasted them.
This is what you choose to focus on. You've got these news cameras, news reporters, pens, pencils, your microphones. This is what you're focused on? You're not focused on the things that we talked about standing up there about our economy?
I mean, I'm pretty focused on the Black Nazi, yeah.
Meantime, several senior members of Robinson's campaign walked off the job this weekend.
Now, we asked CNN for a response to this story. We have not yet heard back from them. In the meantime, the Republican Governors Association announced today that it has made no future ad buys in support of Robinson's campaign. Laura Leslie,
Good, fuck him. Tom Cotton is also a Nazi. Look, again, the Republican Party is evil and it hates you. That's what I'm trying to show you. Before we get to Israel, I just really want to press down on this because they are currently trying to steal the election. And we're going to talk about that too. We talked about Georgia. We talked about Nebraska. You guys might not know about Arizona, which is also doing the same thing that Georgia did. But we do also have some good news on that front as well. But we really got to get the baseline down of these people fucking hate you. So let's see what Tom Cotton's... Oh, actually, my bad. Let me play this clip first because that's what's this is in reference to. Oopsie, put it in the wrong order. Really? Where's Trump actually doing this? Now, whatever. You'll understand it.
2024 election because at an event earlier this week, ostensibly about combating anti-Semitism, former President Trump suggested that if he loses, it will be the fault of Jewish voters. Take a listen.
Oh, it's in here. Cool. I don't have to look for it.
Any Jewish person that votes for her, especially now, her or the Democrat Party, should have their head examined. If I don't win this election, and I've been very good, you know, they say Trump's been right about everything. In my opinion, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with the loss.
So first of all, who says Trump was right about everything? Who? I don't even think MAGA says that. Secondly, obviously this is him saying, you're a bad Jew if you don't support me. It's the same, like, Netanyahu tactic. Obviously, they're besties. It's incredibly anti-Semitic. Obviously, he's a Nazi platformer and supporter. Like, we know all of this stuff. But let's see what this guy has to say. I don't pre-watch these clips, by the way. I'll read the captions and all that, but I like to be able to react to these authentically in the moment, so I don't tend to know what's in them. I skip around occasionally.
With Donald Trump saying if he loses preemptively, it's the fault of the Jews, a group already experiencing a rise of anti-Semitism in this country from the left and the right, but still.
Okay, first of all, CNN, come the fuck on. What anti-Semitism is coming from the left? What anti-Semitism? Where? Oh, sorry, we criticized Israel. That's anti-Semitism. I forgot.
Preemptively, it's the fault of the Jews?
Well, Jake, Donald Trump has been saying things like this for at least 11 months since the October 7th attacks. I think the only reason the Democrats latched onto it this week.
Oh, thanks for the follow.
That reflects Donald Trump winning.
Look, again, I just want to clarify the claim that the left is also spreading anti-Semitism like the right, as he said, is not only false, but it itself spreads anti-Semitism. The conflation of Judaism and Zionism is what spreads anti-Semitism. Who do I think is going to win the election? A123 soup. It's a difficult question. I think it'll come down to like a really close margin. If I had to guess, and I don't really want to make like an official prediction, but I've seen the polls. I would say, I'll have a look at this one. I looked at the polls this morning, but I haven't seen a Gallup one that's come out today. I think Kamala Harris will win the election by votes by a small margin, assuming that the election interference that they're doing in Georgia gets overturned. The same with Arizona. They're actually trying to steal the election right now. But favorability wise, according to this poll from today, look, it's pretty close. Again, I mean, we can go to what is it, 538? Yes, actually, good point. If you want to fight fascism and you want to do your best to help, and you're tired of sitting here watching live streamers telling you about the horrible things in the world, and you want to be able to contribute and do something, even if you don't have money to do so, check out Progressive Victory. The link is in the YouTube description. I volunteer with them myself. I'm phone bank. Actually, good time to announce this. My stream on Friday will be canceled because I will be phone banking with PV. You can come join me. It'll be a lot of fun. I've never done it before. This will be my first time phone banking with PV. I'm not officially affiliated. I'd be a volunteer just like you. I'm sick of watching this shit happen. I try and do my best to counter it by doing this, but phone banking is a great step that you can take. And if you live in Wisconsin, they're doing a huge canvassing event. Go to Progressive Victory and check them out. Yeah, nice bait. I mean, like, look at the Reuters polls. This is from this week. Reuters puts Harris up 6 points in the general. Favorability-wise, she's been up. But again, the polls, I wouldn't trust them. I don't trust these polls. Fuck the polls. Just get out and vote. Go canvass. Do your, I don't care. 1, 2, 3 soup. Every poll, every single poll has been showing that Kamala Harris is up in favorability. And yeah, the polls are made of Satan, okay? They lie. Do you know the type of people who answer political polls? They're people that are incredibly, like, invested in politics. How many people do you think that are, I don't know, 18 to 25 are going to answer an email that says, oh, hey, let me, we're asking you some questions about politics. Would you answer these? How many of them are going to answer a phone call? I hope a few, because I'll be phone banking. The court is a larger risk, and it's not the only risk. We got a lot of risk, all right? It's getting bad. They are genuinely trying to steal the election.
I think the only reason the Democrats latched onto it this week is they see the polling that reflects Donald Trump winning record high amounts of Jewish voters for Republicans. The point he's been making all along is that any Jewish voter, Christian voter, or any other kind of voter who cares about Israel, who cares about a relationship.
Yeah, essentially exactly what I said. If you don't like Israel, then you are a Nazi, and so that's what the Nazis say. Fuck Tom Cotton. Also, Trump wants Russia to win in the Ukraine war.
But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky's the greatest salesman in history.
There will never be 100% turnout, and if that was true, Donald Trump would be the president right now.
But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky's the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion!
First of all, we don't give Ukraine money. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I had the clip up. We don't give Ukraine money. We give them weapons. We give them weapons that are old, that we're retiring, that we're not going to use. We give them our shitty things, not our good things. Are you kidding? Trump doesn't want either of them to win. He wants to settle the... No. That's not true. Trump wants to give Ukraine to Russia. He is not... Did you watch the debate where he was asked if he thought that Ukraine was an important strategic asset for the United States? He wouldn't even answer that question. The man is Putin's, like, bestie. Russia and Israel desperately want Trump to win because Trump will give them the green light to do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, that's what Russia wanted to do to begin with. Why do you think they started the war? Why do you think they invaded Ukraine? They were aiming for Kyiv. The whole idea was this was supposed to be like a 3-day special military operation where they just took Ukraine. What are you, living in an alternate reality? Have you cognitive dissonanced yourself into a different reality? What? Are you do you have like a brain? Are you a bot? I don't care.
Walks in with $60 billion. He wants them to win this election so badly. But
Incredibly true. I've said this before. If Russia hit the big red nuke button, I am positive that at the very least, half of those would not even ignite because the fuel was siphoned by some ex-Soviet soldier for vodka money. And the other ones would just break up in the sky, explode on the ground where they're meant to launch. We used to think of Russia as our like greatest enemy prior to the Ukraine war. We thought of them as like the world's second most powerful military. They stalled 5 miles out of their border for more than it's been years. It's been years. They're useless. They're nothing. They got nothing. But Trump wants to give them something. That's the only way they can manage to... Shush, I didn't autoplay you. It's the only way Russia will manage to win is if we let them win, if we give them the win. Which is why they spend so much money on not only influencing our politicians, on people like Tim Pool, actually I don't know if it was Dave Rubin, but Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern. They pay these people to spout propaganda, like our influencers, all of them. They're spreading all of this shit because they need it. They are incompetent. They can't manage. The only reason why Russia is not a third world country, in the third role, is because of their nukes. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay. Speaking of Donald Trump, thankfully this is great news. A Haitian group files criminal charges against Donald Trump and JD Vance for making false and alarming claims with harmful lies about immigrants eating cats. This has caused harm to people. Buildings have been burned down. There have been bomb threats to schools, to hospitals, to government buildings. While this is not only a proven debunked lie, but they knew it was when they said it. Prior to Donald Trump saying this at the debate, JD Vance had already admitted that it wasn't true, and has also admitted that it wasn't true after the fact anyway. So this is actually pretty cool, because an Ohio statute is what permits citizens to file criminal charges. Normally you can't file criminal charges as a private citizen, but in this case they get to. Just another criminal case for Donald Trump, but I'm really glad to throw JD Vance in there too. I hope they both go to prison. I've said this before. The DOJ needs to investigate the entire Republican Party from the top down. We need mass arrests. Most of these people are corrupt. Most of them are doing illegal things. A lot of them are likely taking money from foreign countries and not reporting it. They're demons, and they should be in prison. This includes not only elected officials, but anyone involved with the MAGA movement as not a voter, not the voters. Don't touch the voters. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people that have a platform, people like Chaya Raichik, people like Alex Jones, people like Charlie Kirk, like Matt Walsh, like Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, these people all need to be arrested and investigated and charged with whatever crimes are found. They are committing crimes. I can guarantee that they are committing some form of crimes. I don't know which ones. I want that investigated. These people are demons and they want to take our democracy away. Instead of reading this, let's just watch the little clip we got about it.
The Department of Justice is taking action after several reports show a history of misconduct from the Rankin County Sheriff's Department deputies. 12 News' Delisha Banks breaks down the facts of the DOJ's civil rights investigation. Delisha?
Byron, the Rankin County Sheriff's Department is the subject of the recent civil rights investigation. The Department of Justice will closely observe the discriminatory actions, policing practices, and behaviors of the department and its deputies.
In 2023, 2 black men were brutally assaulted by 5 former Rankin County deputies and a former Richland police officer. The 6,
unsurprising,
also known as the Goon Squad, pled guilty.
Oh my
and
goodness,
were
I
sentenced.
forgot about this. They call themselves the Goon Squad. They're fucking gooners. These are 4chan Groyper cops that just, beat the shit out of 2 black men? I think it's even worse than that.
For the excessive force and torture of Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Terrell Parker. According to U.S. Assistant Attorney General Christian Clark, the Department of Justice has received other reports similar to the Goon Squad incident.
Public reports indicate...
Hearing the Goon Squad is... How do you think that that's a good idea? I don't know, this is Mississippi we're talking about. But just so you guys know, officers tortured 2 black men in a racist attack that included beatings, repeated uses of stun guns, and assaults with a sex toy before one of the victims was shot in the mouth. That's what the Goon Squad likes to do.
Violent...
Sue for copyright infringement. I mean, this is black and white, you know? No pun intended. Average Southern cop, honestly. Wasn't there a story a little while ago? I can't remember what state it was in, but they found that there was black people being murdered by police and just not reported. They found like a graveyard of just bodies that were hidden by behind like a police department or something like that. It was in the South somewhere. It was this year. Wesley, you might remember what I'm talking about. Mass graves. Oh, it was Mississippi. There we go. Exactly. It's still Mississippi. Behind a prison. There we go. I mean, average Southern cop. This is what people meant by defund the police, by the way. It wasn't get rid of the police. It was demilitarize the police and then maybe have them learn how to... Look, a common misconception in the United States is the police exist to police you, to stop crime. ACAB for now, yes, but the police should be social workers. The role of the cops should not just be to look for crime. They should be the local neighborhood helper. They should be the ones that help people load groceries into an old lady's carrying heavy shit, needs to cross the street. The cops their job should be to help them. Someone, their cat went up a tree. The cop's job is to help them. Someone needs directions. The cop's job is to help them. They're community service workers. That's what they're meant to be. That's what cops used to be, way, way, way back in the day, at least in local towns, I don't know. That's what cops should be. They should be, yes, partially in charge of keeping people safe, but also social workers. And yes, you're absolutely right. They are looking at trans porn and also interracial porn. I'm not the only one who believes this, but a lot of the Southern racism just comes from the fact that it all comes down to sex to these people. Because they're all fucking degenerates. For some reason, it just comes down to sex. I think Vosh has said this before, of the entire fear of immigrants comes from a base of the immigrants are going to steal the women and fuck my wife. I don't necessarily believe that in its entirety is true, but I think that that's a very big part of it. I think it's just they either want to have sex with these people and hate them for it and have some internalized feelings about it, or the other end of they're going to steal my wife, incel bullshit. It's pathetic. But also, it's horrifying. Again, they beat these people, stunned them repeatedly, raped them with a sex toy, or I don't know, I guess beat them with a sex toy, but I assume it would be raping them with the sex toy. That is what makes sense. And then shot one in the mouth. Yeah, well.
Hate that.
And in relation to this, while the cops are behaving this way, violent crime in the U.S., according to the FBI, is low. It's
Crime
down.
across
It's
the
actually
United
incredibly
States is
down.
down. That's according to new data from the FBI. In its annual summary of crime in the nation, which was released yesterday, the FBI reported that violent crime dropped nationally from 2022 to 2023. Overall, violent crime was down roughly 3%, with reports of murders falling more than 11% year over year.
That's not a small percentage, guys. Remember, this is while the right wing is screaming about a migrant crime wave, like Donald Trump likes to call it. I've been told by like foreigners, because they hear this on international news, that in New York City you can just go murder someone on the street and no one will arrest you for it. This is the kind of bullshit that's being spewed, whereas crime is incredibly down. The reason that it's only 3% instead of general, like, the broad spectrum of crime being down is because it's theft and burglary, and that's because the economy's shit. People steal more when they can't afford things. That crime would be at zero if, at least close to zero, if people could, I don't know, get better wages to actually be able to afford food and clothing and housing. Assaults are only done 2.8%. Aggravated assault, a big factor in that is usually alcohol or drugs. You know what makes people drink or do drugs more often? Financial difficulties in their life, general difficulties with their home life, which also tend to be, influenced by economics. Crime is down and the cops are down bad for crime to happen. Yeah. I mean, look, the cops will create crime if they can't find any. They get bored. And they're kind of incentivized to do that anyway.
The largest single-year decline in 2 decades. Property crime?
Yeah, the largest single-year decline in 2 decades, while Donald Trump is screaming about a migrant crime wave. They do see this as a football game. So much of both the left and the right, like the liberals especially, see politics as a football game. Or do you want your team to win or the other team to win? It's not that simple. It's so much bigger than that. Remember, violent crime, like all this crime is down at this much because it's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump, when he was president, crime went up significantly.
Crime also down, with burglaries dropping more than 7%, although reports of car thefts went up by about 12%. During a campaign stop in Pennsylvania yesterday, Donald Trump continued to falsely claim that crime is through the roof.
Don't you love how we have, like, the politicians can just legally lie in our country? They can just say shit that's not true. That's not normal in other countries. You guys are aware of this, right? Like, I know you did crime during Trump's administration too. Well, I hope the statute of limitations is run out on that and they don't come get you for it because ACAB.
Also complaining about being fact-checked about the crime rate during the presidential debate held earlier this month.
Man, all he does is whinge.
Just released, and they are through the roof, higher than I said. He corrected me. He said, no, crime has gone down. Only a stupid person would say crime has gone down. You don't have to know anything about numbers.
I guarantee you he's going to claim that 12% vehicle theft number is the entirety of crime, because that's the only thing he has. Or he's just not going to, I mean, to be fair, this is Donald Trump. He just makes shit up anyway. But, God, he's such a whine. There's a reason, there's like the joke of he's a baby, because he never stops complaining. Ever. It's like he's crying.
If you live in this country, you know crime has gone up. And today it was reaffirmed that I was right in the debate. Crime has gone way up. They're through the roof.
Hey, I mean,
joining us now,
half the country does want to do some pretty big crimes. Remember, they want to deport like 20 million people. I feel like that should be a crime against humanity. I'm the best with numbers. Nobody is better with numbers than me. I tell you, you have to be stupid to believe anybody else's numbers.
A Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist.
The FBI is lying. They're ethnically cleansing the white folk.
An associate editor of the Washington Post, Eugene Robinson. Eugene is also an MSNBC political analyst. Eugene, good to see you this morning. So that's another lie from Donald Trump. But crime is an issue.
Can we please like advocate to make politicians like openly lying illegal again? Because it didn't used to be this way. He is a part of the crime. He is the crime wave. How do I say your name? Uintiv. He is the crime wave. The crime wave comes with him. All of the violence is being committed by Republicans. All of it. All the political violence, it's just, think about it, guys. Especially, like, the fact that his policies harm the poorest Americans the most, who tend to be Republican, and then they commit crime because now they're too poor to afford food. People want to be tough on crime until it's time to be tough on white-collar crime. I think we need to ease up on crime and like broadly, but toughen up on white-collar crime, all right? I want and to be fair, I'm a socialist, so I want everyone on Wall Street to go to prison anyway, but
year. It certainly went up during the pandemic, as those stats indicate, started to fall again significantly. So we also have Vice President Harris being a former prosecutor. So let's talk about
Wesley's on point. The point that they just called you a communist or a fascist, or they call me a communist, a fascist, a Marxist, and a Nazi in the same sentence. Oh, and don't forget a terrorist. I forgot. Gotta include terrorists in there. It's like Pokemon. I'm collecting all the labels. They hate me. They hate me because I'm better than them. And they hate you because you're better than them. He is a Putinist. Donald Trump absolutely is a Putinist.
The dueling images that Harris and Trump are painting about crime, of course, only one of them.
You know what? Actually,
by the facts.
In fact, that's a good point. A lot of what Donald Trump wants to do in the United States is the same type of shit Putin did in Russia. It's the same type of crackdowns. It's the same thing that Israel's doing. They're all following the same fucking playbook. They're all Nazis. They're all fascists and Nazis. That's the whole point, guys. It really is. Like, down to the letter is political dissidents get imprisoned. It's now illegal to criticize the courts. Not now, obviously, hypothetically, under a Trump presidency. He wants to get rid of everyone that's not ethnically pure. He is a demagogue when it comes to queer people. It's 1-to-1. I mean, I can't think of a policy that Vladimir Putin likes to push that Donald Trump would disagree with. How can he do? He can easily do that, Captain. He can do that through just executive order. The courts are in his. So he has the Supreme Court in his pocket. He has executive orders and also presidential immunity. If he was to win, it would also mean that they likely win the House and the Senate, because that's the only way. Like, if Donald Trump wins, they're winning the entire government. There is no Donald Trump wins the presidency but loses the House and the Senate. They'll just do it. They have a plan. Read Project 2025. They have a 900-page document laying out what they're going to do step by step. And yes, fascists are internationalists. I've covered Project 2025 on stream before, but genuinely, you could just download the PDF. They have it out in the open. Kamala Harris's campaign has been making ads about it constantly. It's kind of funny that they just put their evil mastermind plan out there months ago for everyone to read, thinking, oh yeah, it'll be fine. What Wesley's saying here is that fascists all do the same thing. They all believe the same thing. No, not globalists. That's different. Fascism is international, meaning the ideology that they all hold is the same. They're using the same rhetoric, even. The deep state, they're trying to get us, they're controlling the media, except in Israel, maybe they don't use the they're controlling the media a bit, because both in America and in Russia, it's a lot of anti-Semitism. They blame the Jews regularly, as well as the immigrants. They're eating the cats and the dogs. So it's the immigrants, but also, the immigrants are just the beginning. Under the immigrants, there's a layer of dog whistles that just everybody. They hate all of us, guys. If you're not white and Christian and a man, they hate you. If you're white and Christian and a woman, you're allowed to stay, but you have to be property. And if you're a woman that's not white or Christian, you're just a lower level of property. Okay? That's how they see us. That's how they see all of you. The rest of you, you could die for all they care. They're transing the illegal cat-eating Haitian immigrants in prison. Again, I will say, I would be totally in favor of providing gender-affirming healthcare to illegal migrants undocumented immigrants. I'm not going to use their terminology. Fuck them. In prison. Let's give them healthcare. Okay. Let's move on just a little bit to something that is really important, and I need you guys to really understand, because this is the highest risk to the election right now. What the voting and all of that, yes, it's important, but your vote might not matter anymore. Okay? They might just take them away. So we covered this already. They illegally, might I add, changed the law in Georgia where election workers now have to hand count all of the ballots cast on election day. No, I like undocumented immigrants. I like immigrants. I just don't like their language of talking about immigrants. They use illegal aliens, illegal migrants, and all that. They're just immigrants. I was an immigrant. In fact, it doesn't matter. Look, we're moving on. We'll come back to that because I have more about it later. But this is really important because it ties into everything that we've been talking about. Georgia now has to hand count all of their ballots by the end of the election day, or they will just not certify and all those votes don't count. Now, Arizona is also doing the same thing. Nebraska is trying to remove the one electoral vote that Omaha has that leans blue and make the entire state red, to take that one electoral vote away from Kamala Harris. Yes, Wesley's on point there, but we do have some good news, right? So yes, Georgia and Arizona are making it incredibly difficult for these votes to be counted, and also increasing the risk of fraud, because obviously they're being hand counted now. This increases the chances for errors and errors. The entire point of this anyway isn't actually to steal the election in a way that they win the vote. That would be a plus for them if they did. But the idea is to just make the outcome of the election by default be in question. They want this to go to the courts so that the Supreme Court can just give Donald Trump the presidency. That's the whole point of this. Now, North Carolina is allowing some students and university staff to use digital IDs to vote, as North Carolina has changed the law requiring photo ID to be able to vote, which you already had to have some form of identification to register to vote. Again, there are no non-American citizens voting in this election. That's just not happening. There's no evidence of it. But now you require photo ID to vote in North Carolina. They're allowing this, they're allowing digital IDs, and that's great. I think these are specifically like university-related IDs, and that's fine. Because again, getting something like a driver's license costs money. Getting a passport is like $500. People don't always have access to these things. Lots of people in the US don't have ID, and they're still US citizens. So that's great that North Carolina is going to let them vote. Whereas also, we have, Wisconsin. So back when Wisconsin's government was controlled by the Republicans, they made drop boxes. Like, you know, you can vote, you can drop your ballot in this box. They took that away. They made it illegal under some context of, they're going to do fraud. You can just stuff stuff into these. But again, no evidence, nothing. They just made up bullshit, took this away. Now that Wisconsin is no longer ruled by only the Republicans, they have brought this back. The bipartisan Wisconsin Electoral Commission on Thursday unanimously approved a set of best practices to ensure the security of unstaffed absentee ballot boxes that the Supreme Court last week ruled could be installed for fall elections. The drop boxes became a partisan issue after Donald Trump lost to President Joe Biden in Wisconsin by just under 21,000 votes in 2020. Again, made up some bullshit because they need to. They can't win without cheating. You guys understand this, right? That the average American does not support these policies. They don't like this stuff. They have to be lied to. They have to be riled up into a state of like fear and panic to the point where they're in fight or flight forever. Like wake up, instant fight or flight until they go to bed. It's the only way they win. It's the only way they ever win. Well, that and stopping us from being able to vote. Again, Wisconsin, go canvass with PV. If you live in Wisconsin, go to progressivevictory.win. Go canvass, do some phone banking. Go try and save democracy instead of sitting here and watching a live streamer. I will be phone banking on Friday. It's fun. Do it. Make a change. Do it now. Right now. Open that link. I'm telling you. All right. Let's get to the let's get to some of the less fun topics now. The United States sends more troops to the Middle East as violence rises between Israel and Hezbollah. Thank you for the link, by the way, Wesley. We already have about 40,000 troops in the region. Look, I've been saying this for a while. Yeah, we should have no place in this. I said Netanyahu was going to start a war. I thought it would be the first or second week of October. He wants to fuck over the Democrats. He knows that this will be unpopular. And because Joe Biden supports Israel, this will make it more difficult for us to win. This will, Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. I have an ad in progress. I didn't even realize. Some poor Middle Eastern people are going to get their asses beat. They already are, Captain. Let's just wait for the ad to finish. There's like 2 minutes left on it. Most of my viewers cannot see what I'm saying right now. I'm going to take this time to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Nope, for next time, I really gotta, no, it's not a son, alright? It was an ad. I had to pee, okay? I gotta start the, stream exactly on the hour next time so that I know when the ad break's coming and I can keep track of it. Base, Wesley. Alright. I think there's like 10 seconds left, and then we can continue on and talk about how we're going to get dragged in to this massive Middle Eastern war that we have no reason to be involved in. All right, cool. Welcome back, guys. So this is what we're going to talk about. America sending more troops to the Middle East because Israel wanted to start a war with Lebanon. We're going to get dragged into this, all right? We already have 40,000 troops in the region. We're sending more. They won't tell us how many more. The Pentagon won't say. Major General Pat Ryder, Pentagon Press Secretary, would not say how many more forces would be deployed or what they would be tasked to do. Yes, more wars in the Middle East, exactly. This was planned by Netanyahu to be around this time to impact the election. Netanyahu wants Donald Trump to win, and this will negatively impact Democrats more than anything else. Especially with U.S. soldiers, if we end up engaging in any kind of conflict, it'll piss a lot of Americans off. What I don't think that Donald Trump has considered is that a lot of Republicans also don't want more war in the Middle East. Captain, what are you talking about? I don't think Ukraine would try and take Russia if the Kremlin collapsed. I have no idea where that comes from. If Russia as a country collapsed, it would break apart into several other countries because they're spaced out by like different cultures and ethnicities already within the Russian like area. It would just be, yeah. No negotiation until after November 5th, says Bibi's cabinet. Really? He said, can you link me that? Because that's, I mean, we already knew it's incredibly obvious, but that would be insane if he just said that. Jesus. Okay, so let's just. Oh, of course, fucking ABC loves to put videos that are unrelated to the article up there. Well, Monday, the aircraft carrier, the USS Harry Truman, 2 Navy destroyers and a cruiser set sail from Norfolk, Virginia, headed to the 6th Fleet area in Europe on a regularly scheduled deployment. The ship's departure opens up the possibility that the U.S. could keep both the Truman and the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is in the Arabian Gulf in the region, which is exactly what we're going to do. The new deployment comes after significant strikes by Israeli forces against targets inside Lebanon that have killed hundreds of people, which we're going to have a closer look at. This came after the terrorist attack that Israel committed on the Lebanese civilians in the form of exploding pagers. This was obviously softening the ground. Look, come on, we know they're using the same exact playbook that they used during, like, on Gaza. The same thing. They're showing the same kind of photos. They're saying the same rhetoric of, oh, sorry, there's missiles that are in schools and hospitals and houses. Look, you can't seriously believe these people. They've hit hospitals already. And again, the pagers are mostly carried by doctors, nurses, firefighters. They didn't know where it was going. You know, we're going to cover this in a second, but an former CIA chief said that this was terrorism. That's
who came to the rescue
that's
of the
American.
people of Gaza.
Oh, shush. That's American establishment figures saying this. Before we get there, while we're talking about racism and the pagers, this was a cartoon made by the National Review about Rashida Tlaib. Incredibly racist cartoon. Hey, certified garbage. So, look, the National Review, we already covered, what was it, last week? The editor-in-chief dropping the N-word, like hard R on live television and then laughing it off. Unsurprising that they put out pagers like this, obviously implying that Rashida Tlaib works with Hezbollah, I guess. They moved on from Hamas to Hezbollah now. Every single Lebanese is Hezbollah, just like every Palestinian was Hamas. It's the same shit every time. They're not even trying. Now, also, speaking of, new leaked documents came out today that show that the State Department and Anthony Blinken were well aware that Israel was denying aid and food and medicine into Gaza when he lied to Congress and said the exact opposite. He should be tried for this. Anthony Blinken and the State Department officials that were on board with this should go to prison. They lied to Congress. That's perjury. They perjurized themselves for the Israeli government in front of Congress. The State Department, guys, come on. Is this what we've come to? We're America, and we're lying to our own government for the sake of terrorists that want to kill civilians? We're supporting the terrorists here. Like, yes, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Guess what? It's also a political party in Lebanon. Guess what? Not every Lebanese is Hezbollah, just like not every Palestinian was Hamas. But Israel doesn't care. They just want to murder brown people. Or browner people, I guess. I don't know. They're Nazis. They have concentration camps. I've made a video on it. Thank you for the follow. Have you guys seen the disco room at City Timon? Where they have a specific room that's a tiny little concrete like floor where they put you naked, chain you to the ground, and then blast music at you to torture you for fun. Where they raped a Palestinian prisoner with a baton, and then Yoav Gallant went on and yelled about it, saying of course it was legitimate, and argued with his own government for it. These are the people that we're lying for? That we're lying not only to our government, but our citizens for? We're America, and they're making us look like little bitches. I want an end to it. We need to stop supporting Israel today. Today. And sure, we can keep some forces there, make sure their neighbors don't fucking come in and invade them, because we don't want several genocides. Again, a lot of the Israeli people are crazy, but they don't deserve to die. And if we just pulled out right now and pulled all our money out, then we are cucked. But if we pulled all our money out right now, their neighbors would just kill them all. They would. Because they've definitely earned the ire of their neighbors. Not earned a genocide, obviously, even though they're committing one. But we pretty much single-handedly prop up Israel entirely. Yeah, no, you're right, we do. So the Europeans say we don't want to be controlled by the US and it's chaos. And it is a double standard. Sorry, that's how the world works. We're in charge. I'm sorry. I've said this so many times, Wesley, that we need an old school, South American CIA coup to happen, all right? We just need the fucking, tomorrow morning, the entire government of Israel is different. No explanation. We're not saying anything. Suddenly they all appear lined up in front of The Hague. I don't care. I don't care. I have no idea what you're on about with Rammstein. I've listened to songs from the band, but Germany's fucked, man. The AfD won over there. They're Nazis now, again. Germany's just controlled by the Nazis again. All right. Speaking of Israel, though, Israel really fucking loves to kill journalists. They have killed, what is it? I have it written down here. 172 journalists this year. 172. And they're doing the same thing that they did in Gaza to Lebanon right now. Where at the beginning of the war, I don't know, Captain, I have to look more into that. I don't care about Germany right now. They're in power enough that they can make change. They might not be in charge of the government, but the AfD is in enough power that they're now influential in the EU government. All right? We can talk about Germany later. Focus, man. Focus. Do you need ADHD meds? I have ADHD meds. It's the only way I can focus, or I'd be hopping around all the time. Sure, next year it's going to get worse, too. Look, right now, Israel is doing exactly what it did to Gaza, to Lebanon, in which, more caffeine. In fact, good reminder. They're killing journalists first. Because if there's no journalists around to report on the crimes that they're committing, they get away with more of them. So, that's a bad thing, Captain. I like the EU. I mean, at least I like it better than the lack of an EU right now. We don't have anything better. Look what happened to the UK. They were anti-EU. Now they're a dead country. They might as well just not exist. They're irrelevant. Look, again, they're aiming for the fucking journalists first. First, right now. They are bombing houses in which there's a clip that I can't show you on stream because it's too violent of a journalist who was literally on camera. He was reporting when a bomb hits his right next to his house. You hear him screaming, the walls crashing behind him. They are aiming for these people. And yeah, Wesley, I kind of agree with you there. Fascists are not rational. They're not. Fascism is not a rational thought process. It's a reactionary thought process. There is no critical thinking that goes into it, and rational thinking requires critical thinking. It's not that, I mean, yes, they are kind of psychos. These people are ghouls. They're evil demons that have no empathy, no soul. They hate you. They hate life. They hate the beauty of the majesty of the universe. They want to control it. They want to put it into a little box and hold it in their hands and don't let anyone touch it. They want to compress it into a little cube and then put it in a little fucking glass case in a larger cube so they can look at it. That's what they want. No cameras, no problem. Exactly. They're aiming for these people first. Let's have a look. Well, I mean, first of all, they raided Al Jazeera. Yeah. Bro is not full of whimsy. These people don't know whimsy. They can't understand whimsy. That's a foreign concept to them. They've never felt that before. Whimsy requires a soul, Wesley. It requires hope and love and beauty and just empathy for the world. You need to be able to relate to things around you. None of these motherfuckers have ever just sat there and looked at a forest and be like, fuck, that's beautiful. None of these people have done that ever in their lives. I can guarantee that. Look, they took down Al Jazeera's headquarters. They raided them. And then on December 15th, Al Jazeera journalist Samir Abdaka and Wael Dahtu, I don't know, I'm so bad at names, reporting at the Farhana school in Khan Yunis when Israel struck from the air. Dandu took shrapnel in his upper arm and was able to apply pressure to the wound and escape to a nearby hospital for help. But Abduka was unable to move. Rescue teams tried to reach him, but couldn't due to Israel bombardment. They just kept fucking bombing them for 5 more hours. He lay there bleeding. Campaigns were launched online and traditional media to save his life. A pattern of killing journalists. So, Abduka is one of 130 journalists and media workers based on RSF's count killed by Israel in Gaza since October 7th of 2023. The count that I saw was 172, but that came from a source that I don't necessarily trust. So, actually, here we go. Other media groups have different numbers based on their criteria, while the government media office in Gaza counts the number of dead journalists, media workers at 173. Never mind, I do trust it. I heard it from Turkish news. Recep Tayyip Erdogan had said it, and so I just immediately was like, maybe that's a little bullshit, but no, I believe the government media office in Gaza. What would be waiting at the other end of no cameras? Yeah, they're gonna murder you, and they don't want you to report on it. It's that simple. These people could not smoke a joint certified garbage. It would ruin them. It would ruin them. It would destroy their entire reality. It would break their mind because it would require them to just chill the fuck out for a second, and they're not functionally capable of doing that. This made working as a reporter one of the deadliest professions in an already treacherous situation. Look, we don't even let them go anymore in a lot of cases. Journalists don't go to Gaza anymore often. Not that they're even allowed in. If they did, they report from outside. All of the journalists that were in Gaza got killed in like the first 2 weeks of the war. It's just, it's unfortunate, but it's the same tactic that was employed. Wesley. Oh my god. Fuck these people, man. Hey, YouTube, stop autoplaying. We're not up to that yet. Oh, whoops, this is also the wrong link. I ordered these wrong. Here we go. So, you want to hear the funniest fucking phrase? Israel is de-escalating with Hezbollah by escalating. Increasing attacks against Hezbollah are not intended to lead to a war, but are an attempt to reach de-escalation through escalation. This is the dumbest thing that I've heard. This is the worst excuse. This is a stupider, like, justification than the copy of Mein Kampf that they found in a child's bedroom that was in perfect condition with annotated post-it notes that they somehow managed to find in Gaza, to say like, look, there are Nazi Hamas hiding in children's bedrooms. This is worse than that. This is dumber than that. De-escalation through escalation. As Jon Stewart said, I think there's a word for that. It's just called war. Let's see what some of the political pundits have to say, and then listen to two ex-directors of the CIA and what they
NBC's Hala Garani is reporting from Tel Aviv. Also with us, retired four-star General Barry McCaffrey, NBC News military analyst, and Ben Rhodes, former Deputy National Security Advisor and MSNBC political contributor. Hala, Prime Minister Netanyahu today said he promised to change the security balance in the north. So what's happening? What's the latest?
Well, the Lebanese people, Chris, are very resilient. They've weathered many crises, many wars, but I've spoken to some of my sources and indeed friends in that country, and they are very, very nervous. The Israeli Prime Minister has...
We're already at war, guys. Like, they're going to keep talking about this as if this is leading to war. No, the war started. Israel started the war when they did the pager attack. At that point, it was they declared war on Lebanon. What they really want is war with Iran. Again, Netanyahu needs this war to stay in power. This has become like a Nazi expansionist thing for them. Like, Lebanon is their Poland, okay? Think of it that way. They finished solidifying their hold on their own country because, again, like, Gaza and the West Bank are parts of Israel. They're just occupied territories inside Israel. They have secured their hold on Gaza and the West Bank. Essentially, they're all dead, and so they're moving on. Now they're invading Poland. This is what this is.
Issued a message directly to civilians telling them to evacuate, to not remain in areas where the Israeli military believes Hezbollah might have hidden weaponry.
Homes, schools, and hospitals is what she means by that, based on what Netanyahu himself said.
But Lebanese civilians are saying, well, we don't know where some of these secret weapons are stored. They're secret, and that's the whole point. And you mentioned over 270 killed. That's a very high death toll. Perhaps
we don't know where the secret weapons are. They're a secret. No fucking shit. If Israel knows where they are, maybe they should, I don't know, drop like a smoking red flare. Be like, get the fuck out of here, I guess. I mean, maybe they should just stop doing this in general. That'd be preferable. The Israeli people could overthrow their government and hand them to The Hague, but it's not going to happen.
highest daily death toll since the Lebanese civil war. There are people who are picking up their kids from school. There are traffic jams in the south of Lebanon, in the Bekaa Valley, where some of these bombardments are taking place. And Hezbollah is responding with rockets and projectiles of its own. We understand more than 100
rockets and projectiles that literally never land. Again, they talk about this as if this is a two-sided war. It's not. Now, look, Hezbollah has a real army, right? Like a ground invasion would result in a lot of death. The Hague can do something. The ICC and the ICJ have arrest warrants out for Netanyahu, don't they? Don't they? Am I remembering this wrong? Okay. I still think that like, you don't think that if they overthrew the Israeli government and brought them, yeah, exactly, they do, and brought them to be charged for their crimes that they have arrest warrants out for, that they wouldn't also try them for everything else that they've done? They belong in The Hague. Yeah, the one time I'm pro-CIA, like, do a coup, come on, help us out here. Look, honestly, hold on to that CIA stuff for a second, because
70 or so projectiles fired by Hezbollah into the Israeli.
I'm like George R.R. Martin. The dragons are coming.
Into the northern parts of Israel. We spoke to a man who is picking up his child from school, saying he's not taking any chances, with fears that this might really escalate into an all-out conflict between the two sides.
It already has escalated to an all-out conflict. This is more people died when Israel started the first bombardment than any, like, since 2006 in Lebanon. It was the worst attack they've had.
We're here because of the phone calls. They're calling everyone and threatening people by phone. So we're here to take my boy from school. The situation is not reassuring.
I bet it's not reassuring.
So the question is going to be, how will Hezbollah respond eventually? I mean, they have a much more powerful arsenal of weapons with missiles that could go much deeper into Israel that they have not used so far. If that
civvies, they'll claim militants every time, but it's civvies. Maybe like a couple militants, but remember with the pager attacks, they claimed that most of those killed were Hezbollah. Militants, except a lot of those Hezbollah militants were in the political party Hezbollah. They worked for the government. This was they weren't militants. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that they have issued them, Captain. I think this one might be out of date. Let me check. See, this is from August. Yeah, no, it's not fighters. Almost all of the time they say fighters, it's just civilians. All right, you're right. They have not filed the arrest warrant, but that's because America's trying to stop them and Israel's complaining about it. This is from 4 days ago. Israel submitted an official challenge to a request from the International Criminal Court prosecutor for an arrest warrant against the Prime Minister. In May, the ICC prosecutor Karim Khan requested the court issue warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant over alleged war crimes. State of Israel submitted today its official challenge to the ICC's jurisdiction, which is ridiculous. Of course, they have jurisdiction, as well as the legality of the prosecutor's arrest. It's entirely legal. This is a stupid fucking defense. These people need to go to prison forever. Like, they need to go to prison forever. I had to bomb that hospital. There were 2 Hezbollah. They had a big room in the basement that was holding all of the rockets. It was there. They were going to launch them. The hospital's ceiling was going to open like a dome in a football stadium. Night worshiper of the Olympians. And the rockets were going to launch out like at the Super Bowl. That's what was going to happen. No, you're right. I thought that they had Like they had done it. No, they've requested it. It's mostly just because the ICC is being pressured to not. However, there is still the criminal case of genocide in front of the ICJ, which is not over, and many other countries have signed on with South Africa, which likely will result in a guilty verdict, I would say. I do think Israel will be found guilty of genocide through that ICJ case. And all of these people should be in prison. Yoav Gallant specifically is like, he's almost more Hitler than Netanyahu is. This is just two Hitlers. We're looking at a photo of two Hitlers. If I had the time and I wasn't afraid of getting sued, I would draw little mustaches on them. But unfortunately, I live in Israel where like they can sue me for that. Sorry, not in Israel, in Australia. God, thank God I don't live in Israel.
A wave of attacks.
They would just kill me if I lived in Israel. All right, look, we're watching TYT again. This is the one topic in which Cenk Uygur is correct. And I'd like to celebrate it because I miss the old days. But also, this is the best video clip I could find of this, so we're going to have to deal with some TYT.
Ability to be able to place an explosive in technology that is ability to be able to place an explosive in technology that is very prevalent these days and turn it into a war of terror, really, a war of terror. This is something new.
Is it terrorism?
I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism.
Again, okay, this is a former director of the CIA and a former Secretary of Defense. This is Leon Panetta. This man is like, he was the CIA, and he's saying that this is terrorism. Now, first and foremost, it's incredible to see someone like in the U.S. establishment. Well, yes, he hates Trump. That's a good point. It's probably one of the reasons why he's feeling comfortable enough to come out and denounce Israel's actions. But also, it's objectively terrorism. And this affects so much more than you understand. What Israel did is they took civilian technology and then they put bombs in it. Do you think that this doesn't have effects outside of just the bombs blowing up? Do you think people are now not terrified that anything they buy from anywhere, because again, this stuff wasn't made in Israel, it was made in Taiwan, I'm pretty sure, or Thailand or something. They were pagers that were intercepted and bombs were put in halfway through. How many people now think their microwave might blow up? Your iPhone might blow up. Yeah. All of this, and again, not just in Lebanon, is going to affect the entire global trade network. This is a new thing. No one's done this before. So, yeah, it's a covert bomb. This is the first instance of like civilian tech, like regularly used civilian tech, being used as a weapon of war. So now, that is a precedent. Now that's going to happen again. Someone's going to see that and they're going to think, oh, it was a good idea. Let's do it ourselves. This is the beginning of it's psychological warfare as well, because now, especially if you're in Lebanon, you have no idea what's going to blow up in front of you. What's a bomb, what's not. You bought a new watch? Sorry, that might be a bomb. You bought some socks? I'm sorry, they're layered with C4 inside the stitching. I don't know. But that's the point, is I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Anything could be a bomb. It might not be Israel next time. Next time it might be Russia. It might be China. It might be Iran. It might be India. It might be Turkey. It might be any other fucking country. Mossad is rapidly approaching your place of residence. It could be the United States that does this. This is now a set precedent that's going to continue onwards from here. It's going to happen again. I'm telling you this right now, mark my words, this is not the last time we're going to see an instance of this. And that has a massive effect on global economics, which, as a socialist, normally don't really give a shit about global economics that much. But this is going to lead to outcomes that increase the price of everything for everybody. Because now we're going to add security checks to shit and all. I have no issue if they put bongs inside of electronics instead. How are they going to put a bong inside of an electronic? What, you're supposed to fill your phone with water, and then what? My little pen button comes out, and instead of a pen, it's a. I don't know. I don't smoke weed very often. Out of a bong, especially, nah. Ah, fucking water bottle just exploded. Yeah, my water bottle just exploded. I opened this to drink water and it sprayed everywhere, and that's specifically Israel's fault. Mossad did this to me. They rigged my water bottle to spray me with water when I open it. Mossad water, exactly.
Former CIA Director Leon Panetta did not mince words when talking about Israel's pager attack.
Weaponized H2O. That's actually not a bad point. That could be that they could put bombs in the water. Little like micro explosives. Is that a possibility? Is that a real thing? Probably not, but could they? I don't know. Is there a chance that people might think that? Yes, absolutely. People believe anything. Stop making bombs and start making doodads and gadgets. We need good things in the world, not bad things. We don't need more bombs. We have plenty of fucking bombs, all right? We can just cut off bomb production for like 20 years and we still won't run out. The entire world. We don't need more bombs.
In Lebanon, it's terrorism. Now, for context, on Tuesday, a wave of attacks supposedly targeting pagers held by members of Hezbollah killed at least 12 people, including 2 young children.
Injured more than 3,000, by the way.
And injured thousands more. A second wave of detonations
They didn't
on
put the real number in there, so had to add it in.
Wednesday killed another 20 people and injured more than 450 people, according to Lebanon's health ministry. And Panetta warns that Israel...
They have been doing some 007 shit. We need to do some 007 shit to them. Again, this former CIA director is calling this terrorism. CIA, where are you? Go stop the terrorists. Isn't that your job? Weren't you like, hoorah, we gotta fight terror? Go fight the fucking terrorists. Get rid of them. We're America. They're Israel. It's a phone call and like 3 agents that you send over there overnight. Do it. Do it. It doesn't have to be violent. Don't kill people. Just fucking arrest them and do a coup. Do a coup. Please, please do a coup. The one time you're going to hear a leftist begging the CIA to do a coup.
Israel's tactic, turning ordinary consumer products into explosives, could have devastating long-term consequences. Take a look.
This has gone right into the supply chain.
Yeah.
Right into the supply chain. And when you have terror going into the supply chain,
oh shit!
It makes people
this message.
Ask the question.
How do I get rid of it? Gotta delete
next?
chat. Oh my god! No! No! Fuck you. I'm kidding. They didn't get me.
Sounds like
it makes people ask the question, "What the hell is next?"
It sounds like you're genuinely worried.
I am.
You should be too.
This is a tactic that has repercussions. And we really don't know what those repercussions are going to be.
Why does this guy look like he looks like a Christian preacher? He looks like he should be in front of a megachurch right now. No, that's not entirely true. The CIA kind of just does its own thing. They don't need permission all that often. It would not be unheard of for the CIA to do something without the president being aware of it, let alone agreeing with it.
And we really don't know what those repercussions are going to be.
And Panetta warned, he stressed that other governments around the world need to get involved now to prevent this from escalating into a much larger regional conflict. Take a look.
The forces of war are largely in control right now of what's going on.
Do you think there should be condemnation for it?
I don't
should
know
other
about
nations?
that cheeseburger. We don't know. I think it was the FBI, not the CIA, that most people say. I think there's like classified records that are supposed to be declassified in the next like 5 to 10 years that might actually tell us what happened with the JFK assassination. But I am not making any claim about that. I know fucking nothing. I know it looked sus, but I'm not gonna blame any particular, group for the JFK assassination. Not until I get some like credible evidence.
Can step in, including us.
I think it's going to be very important for the nations of the world to have a serious discussion.
No. It's like 5 to 10 years. I think we'll know. Also, Trump said he would drop stuff, but also he's a liar. And that same interview, he was asked if he would release the Epstein documents, and he said no.
Discussion about whether or not this isn't an area that everybody has to focus on, because if they don't try to deal with it now, mark my word, it is the battlefield of the future.
Yank, this
exactly right. Fucking exactly right. I mean, this is what it's gonna be like now. Now we all have to be afraid when we buy something, whether it's going to be used as a weapon by a terrorist state or a terrorist group, or just because someone is crazy and they feel like killing people. You think mass shooters aren't looking at that and going, oh, that's a cool idea? You can buy explosives in the United States, right? Like on Google. Like you could just go buy, I think, a tannerite or something. It's an explosive. You could just buy that shit. It's like a paste. Oh, they were Japanese electronics. Sorry, but yeah, it's a matter of time until tannerite. It's a matter of time until some like mass shooter type thinks it'll be more fun if I do it this way, and then uses a little like covert bomb. No Fed posting. And I'm not saying that you should do this. You can't do that, but you can legally buy that. And I'm saying that it's a matter of time until some nut job does this, because Israel has set the precedent. It's not Fed posting, Wesley. I'm literally telling you, don't fucking do that. Also, it should really be illegal to buy explosives on the internet. Why the fuck is that legal? Why? In what context would that ever be necessary? Guarantee you, if you tried to like ban it, they're taking our guns. They're coming with the immigrants to take our guns. That's what you're gonna hear until one of these fucking idiots uses it to blow somebody up. That's the worst part of this. We don't really like. Okay, we'll watch the rest of this. It is TYT. They do make some good points, but
this caught me by surprise. Of all people, Leon Panetta, not somebody I thought would be the voice of reason in moments like this. What do you make of these comments?
Hey, don't scroll away.
Now, fuck you, Jank. Has Japan not put sanctions on it? Oh, yeah, probably not. Well, generally, don't get involved. Mass shooters don't get away with it. They do this as like a suicide attempt. They do this to get attention, and then usually they die. They either get killed by the police, or they kill themselves, or they're doing suicide by cop, or they get arrested and they get charged and go to prison. But they don't get away with this. It's just the fact that they can do this is ridiculous. How do they help with gun control? What are you talking about? What are you on about? Like the fact that they do the bad things makes people talk about gun control?
Panetta is enormously
relevant. I'm so confused.
So let me break it down for you, both in terms of what he's saying and the repercussions of what he's saying. So number one,
again, the one instance of one topic that Cenk Uygur doesn't currently grift about.
This former CIA director, former Secretary of Defense. It doesn't get any more establishment than Leon Panetta. And the reason why that's relevant is because in America, anyone who's involved in the establishment, let alone the former head of the CIA, former Secretary of Defense.
I did pre-watch this one, by the way. I had to vet this content before I put it on my stream. I miss when they did reporting like this. I really do. Hey, no, I wasn't doing that. I was picking up my tea that fell over.
Never criticizes Israel. I've never seen it. It doesn't happen. He just called what Israel did terrorism.
That is shocking.
Totally unprecedented.
It is. He's right. It is unprecedented.
I couldn't believe it. I rewatched it like 3 times. So if you don't live in America, you're like, what's the big deal? Of course it was a form of terrorism. 12 kids died. Thousands of people got blown up. It was preemptive, etc. No, here in America, our officials never admit the truth.
Don't get him. Are you talking about this or are you talking about something else? I'm still confused as to what you're referring to. If you're talking about we can intervene and stop Israel, yeah, we can. We should. We don't. That's the issue. We absolutely can. I think it's his uncle. It's his uncle. Never mind. It is his uncle. I grew up like 20 minutes away from where Hassan and Cenk like used to live, which I think is funny.
Never. So the fact that he's doing
New Jersey pride
is super important, and I think there's something behind it. I'm going to come back to that in a second. So 1, he says Israel is doing the terrorism. 2, he said now we have terrorism in the supply chain. And basically, you saw the context, you saw the videos yourself with your own eyes. You can interpret it any way you like. My interpretation is crystal.
Did you mean is Israel in the UN? We're gonna watch the UN General Assembly. That's what we're gonna finish off with. I wanted to get all the other stuff out first because we are gonna listen to Joe Biden's speech to the UN. We're gonna listen to a snippet of what's his name? Hold on, I'll find his name. We're gonna listen to some of this UN General Assembly coverage. If we have time, I do also want to listen to Erdogan's speech. Now, obviously, Erdogan is also a liar and a grifter, but I think it would be a good way of comparing and contrasting the two, like, they're both lying about Israel. They're both lying in different ways, though. So Biden lies to protect Israel, and Erdogan lies because he wants to be able to show himself as the good Muslim leader of the world. You know, I'm better than Iran. Let me be the global hegemon. We hate what they're doing. This is a genocide. And it's also popular with the Turkish people, but he himself doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians or Lebanese people. But it'll be a good compare and contrast. As well as Antonio Guterres. We'll have a snippet of his speech as well.
Clear, and I think that the overwhelming majority of you will agree with it, which is that he's saying Israel did the terrorism, Israel brought terrorism into the supply chain, now we're all screwed. And the repercussions are going to be long-lasting.
Exactly, Wesley.
And terrible.
And also, again, this is exactly what I was saying. Cenk is 100% right here. This is a huge precedent that was now set that's not going away. This is a thing now. This is now a thing. And it's Israel's fault.
He didn't ever once mention Hezbollah or Hamas as the culprits.
Also, Wesley, Turkey really wants to join the EU, and they haven't been allowed to because they're not good enough. And that's him trying to be, look, come on, guys, like I'm a good negotiator. I'll negotiate between America and Russia. And he said that he would do what he did with Libya, what Turkey did with Libya, and send Turkish troops into like Gaza and the West Bank to be peacekeepers, which he won't do, not without the US's green light. He's Turkey is the second largest army in NATO and is incredibly dependent on imports for their economy. No, obviously, no one in the EU wants Turkey into no one wants Turkey to come into the EU, but Turkey really wants to go into the EU. And that's part of the reason why Erdogan's making speeches like he is.
Or anything. I mean, that is textbook US government to say, well, it appears that Israel did this. We're going to blame Rando Mohammed over there and Ahmed over there. And obviously they're all terrorists. And as Israel did this, they're angels and etc. For a former CIA director to say, no, it was Israel.
It's a big fucking deal.
It's going to be a disaster and it's terrorism.
It's a big fucking deal. Hold on. I wanted to, oops. I wanted to get to the other point that they make over here.
Our U.S. government going. And now my analysis is that there's tons of people inside the U.S. government going, we got to send out word to the American people that our ally is going to get all of us into a lot
What'd
of
you
trouble.
record, Captain? Look, I don't know if what he said here is true. I hope it is. I know that there are a lot of people in like U.S. government that are not supportive of Israel, but they can't really say anything. I don't know. Captain, can you link it? Can I see it? What I mean, I don't know how to reply to this. But again, I don't know if this is necessarily true, that there's a ton, but the fact that a former CIA director and also a former Secretary of Defense and another former CIA director, because we're going to watch that one too, is out here saying this is a pretty big deal.
In that,
you know what? We're done with this one. Now this is John Brennan, who was also a former director of the CIA. Let's hear what he has to say.
Let's bring in John Brennan, the former director of the CIA, now an NBC News senior national security and intelligence analyst. Director Brennan, good morning to you. Let's start.
I mean, he just looks like he looks like the CIA as a person.
Right there. What more can you tell us about precisely how they were able to pull off this kind of operation? Because it really does look like something out of a spy movie.
Well, it does, Craig, and I must say that the Israeli intelligence and security services have tremendous
Yeah, ex-CIA often don't lie very often. Like they'll tell you what they can, especially like sometimes if they're active CIA, they still will. But ex-CIA, anything they're allowed to say that's not classified, they will fucking tell you. Speaking of, speaking as a representative. The audio cut out during the Lithuanian-U.S. speech, and that IDF guy was saying something, but it was muted, and then there was drone footage being played next to him occasionally, and then they went back to the Lithuanian speaker. I don't know. I guess their tech fucked up.
technical capability as well as creativity in terms of how they
I don't know, certified garbage. You might be a representative of the CIA.
put together such operations. And so as the New York Times is reporting, it was a shell company that apparently was set up by the Israelis that fabricated these pagers and included the explosive material inside of them.
So like Israel even made them themselves.
That could be detonated with some digital signal that was sent. So again, this is something that intelligence services over the years have tried to do in terms of trying to compromise supply chains. Usually it's for surveillance or collection capabilities, so you can listen in on conversations.
I neither confirm nor deny that I have access to Pine Gap's ViewBot.
Or something along those lines. But the scale of this really is quite unprecedented. But again, it just demonstrates Israel's ability to reach into the supply chain of one of its arch enemies, Hezbollah.
Well, it's sort of, I think it does.
They're arch enemies, Hezbollah.
Question though, Director, is detonating a wireless device, is that an acceptable form of warfare?
Well, I don't believe so, because there's no way the Israelis would have known who was going to have these pagers at the time, which is why we see that there were some children and others who were killed.
You didn't see that. That wasn't there. No explosions. Nothing.
So it's going to tactically disrupt
we didn't see anybody happen to get hurt.
And,
Nothing.
In terms of their ability to communicate with one another. But you have to question whether or not this is strategically wise in terms of...
So again, this one's not going to call that out as terrorism, but even he is saying, like, no, this is not an acceptable form of warfare. They had no way of knowing whose hands these pagers were going to be in. Again, children, nurses, doctors, mostly civilians got hurt from this. This was, without a doubt, terrorism. The entire point of this was to scare the people of Lebanon. There wasn't many casualties. I mean, there was casualties. 12 children died, but that wasn't the goal. The goal was to create a sense of fear and panic to, at the very least, push people out of southern Lebanon so that they can invade. It's the same thing that they did in Gaza, in which they kept pushing people further and further and further and further until there had nowhere else to go. It is an unprecedented level as well. You're right. It is. It is. We've evolved in warfare now to terrorism is now what states do as warfare. I mean, we've already been going in that direction for a while, but this is a big jump. This is like we just went up 4 flights of stairs in a little leap. Not 4 flights of stairs, but 4 steps in just like a leap.
What it might do in terms of just further emboldening Hezbollah's interest in trying to lash back against Israel, including on the international
I can't think of a historical event that compares to this. Oh, like a state doing terrorism like this. I mean, like, we as America have done some bad shit, but yeah, exactly. When they bombed the capital of another country. Can you think of anything that we've done that compares to this, Wesley? Like we've done some fucked shit, but I guess like maybe South America with the banana plantations and all of that. No, that wasn't terrorism. That was just like force and colonization. This is a whole nother level.
Because Hezbollah is a very, very capable organization in terms of launching terrorist attacks outside of the region. They've done it over the years.
Can we just stop calling it terrorist attacks? These two are just at war. Hezbollah is essentially the de facto like government of Lebanon. Stop calling them fucking terrorists. Just call them the Lebanese government from now on. And yes, this is Hitler shit. I can't think of anything either. We even America hasn't been this bad. And like all of the America bad lefties, if you see this video, I challenge you to come up with something that is comparable to this. Please, I need to know.
I do think that Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, is going to feel quite a bit of pressure from...
I really liked how that rhymed. Sorry guys, I need to play that again.
I think that Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah...
Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah. It's fun.
Is going to feel quite a bit...
That's fucking whimsy, by the way. In case you didn't know, that's whimsy. And that is what these people lack. They can't do that. They can't just hear someone say something normal and like giggle about it for a second. Like, that was funny.
The pressure from his
by the way, we got an ad break coming in 5 minutes, guys. Just warning you.
To lash back at Israel sooner rather than later.
What do you say about the possibility after these attacks, the possibility that something like this does in fact lead to a large-scale conflict between Israel and Lebanon?
We're already there.
Well, the big question is whether or not the Israelis plan some type of large military operation.
All right, no, shut the fuck up. That's enough of you.
In a few weeks' time.
Now, Bernie Sanders, 6 days ago, being the incredibly based senator that he is, has introduced a resolution to block a $20 billion arms sale to Israel. Yeah, subs don't get an ad. They do get a first badge. Yeah, I like the timeline. If Bernie Sanders had been president, if he had not been cheated out of the Democratic primary in 2016, if you want a badge, you just gotta sub to my channel. Then you can have a badge. Look at the captain's badge. It's a pretty cool badge. In fact, if you guys have any ideas of like cool badges that I could add in as different badges, I would happily do that because I'm really bad at little like graphics. So if you sub to the channel and you want your badge to look a specific way, I'll do that for you. All right. So Bernie Sanders.
In a few weeks' time.
Oh wait, no, yeah, I was going on about this. Imagine what the world would look like. Imagine how this creature could have existed in reality if only Bernie Sanders was the president. Is that Donald Trump took Pokemon in reality away from us. We could have just had Mew flying around. But no, we had to get Donald Trump instead. That's what they took from you. That's what they're taking from you right now. They keep doing it. They're going to continue to do it. No, but I mean, he really did get cheated out of my glasses as a sub badge in different colors are removed. That's actually really cool. That's a good idea. I like that. I need to do something about my glasses. I need to go and like get new lenses that don't reflect light, because every time I look up at the camera, like my eyes flash over. So I'm gonna do that this week, hopefully. Or Mew with glasses. Someone please make that graphic. I beg of you. Genuinely. You guys are genius. How do I know if there's an ad on right now? Man, I'm bad at this. You guys gotta remember that I'm new at this. After 1 year, you get a golden Mew. I'll do it. Done. Done. All right, cool. That's done. Let's get back to Bernie Sanders. We're not gonna watch this whole thing because it's like 25 minutes. So I just wanted to get the idea down of this is something that we can do to combat what's going on, like combat Israel committing genocide and starting wars that are going to drag us in. Remember, guys, we have 40,000 soldiers, U.S. soldiers in the region, and we just sent more. We just sent another fleet of ships, a carrier group, I think. No, sorry, we already have a carrier group. We just sent another fleet over there to Europe, which is pretty close for that fleet to get there if need be. Our guns are just aimed at Iran, again, in case Iran tries to help Lebanon, which they're not going to do. And you can see just by like how Hezbollah has responded to this that they're holding back. They want everyone to see that Israel is doing the terrorism and that Lebanon has a right to defend itself. Lebanon has a right to defend itself, guys. Unprovoked attacks from Israel, terrorist attacks, might I add. The worst terrorist attack in Lebanese history since 2006. I think Lebanon has a right to defend itself, don't you? I mean, it makes sense to me.
We will mark the 1-year anniversary of the war in the Middle East. It has been almost 1 year since Hamas's horrific terrorist rampage on October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent Israelis.
Oh, shit. Ads just started. Okay. It does tell me when the ad starts. I didn't realize. Cool, that's good. Good. So I guess, Captain, are you the only one that can see me now? Or, like, hear me now? Ay. Alright, so, yeah. Alright, so after Bernie, I just have one fun little, side topic that I want to go on. I want to go on a little side quest before we get to the UN General Assembly. It's going to be a fun one. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have fun doing this. I hope that I'm actually, like, fun to watch. Ay. Oh, yeah, there's still my YouTube and TikTok viewers. I forget about you guys sometimes because everyone just watches me on Twitch. Thanks, Certified Garbage. Did you sub? Is that how you can see me, or is that because you have Twitch Prime? Yeah, because you have that other badge. You must have Twitch Prime, don't you? No? No, God, no. No Kick viewers. I'm not on Kick. Are you kidding me? Kick and Rumble are where the Nazis go when they get kicked off of YouTube and Twitch. It would be funny if I started streaming on, like, Kick and Rumble at the same time, just to bait them into arguing with me. I might do that one day. If I get really desperate for content scraping, I might just do a stream in which I'm doing a stream in a stream that the streamers in the stream aren't aware of. A Nazi streamer got banned on Twitch, then he got unbanned 24 hours later. I mean, unsurprising. Yeah, no, but I feel like that would be a fun content farm, you know? just to make a kick or a rumble and stream me streaming there, arguing with them and baiting them. Could be fun. It's an idea. One day. I'm not sure that's actually even, I'm not sure I'm allowed to do that with terms of service. I'll look into it. It sounds like a fun idea. All right. So, for those of you that may not have heard me before, we're not going to watch this video. Obviously, like you understand the sentiment here, and we don't need to hear Bernie Sanders say this for 24 minutes. We just should not be sending this money to Israel. I want to go on a little fun side quest, feeling the burn. I mean, if you guys want, we can watch the burn, or we can go on a side quest before we get to the UN General Assembly, because I think this one's going to be interesting and funny. I think we'll, up to you guys. I can do a poll. How do I do a poll on here? I don't know how to do a poll. Fuck it. Side quest. All right, we got one vote for side quest. That's it. No one else has voted. See, this is what happens, guys. When you don't vote, your choices get taken away from you. Where is that sound coming from? Not you, okay? So, side quest it is. An Indiana judge blocks a law denying gender-affirming care to prisoners, ruling it's likely unconstitutional. First off, great, based, wonderful, love it. Federal judge in Indiana has granted a preliminary injunction requiring that the Indiana Department of Corrections provide gender-affirming surgery for transgender inmate Autumn Cordialone. Most Italian last name ever. Now, the decision comes after Cordialone, a trans woman currently incarcerated in a facility for men, challenged the constitutionality of Indiana's 2023 law banning gender-affirming surgeries for prisoners. Again, I've said this before, even when Donald Trump said it at the debate, they should just have medical care, whatever they need, and gender-affirming care is medical care, regardless of whether they're a U.S. citizen or they're an undocumented immigrant. Give them the gender-affirming care if they need it. If they want it, they need it. It's just that simple. Now, the United States District Court Judge Richard L. Young ruled on Tuesday that the state's ban on gender-affirming surgery likely violates the Constitution's 8th Amendment, prohibiting against cruel and unusual punishment, and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment because the care is deemed necessary. This is absolutely true. Great. Like, again, our court system is wonderful for the most part lately. At least everything that I see for like these big court cases, they decide correctly. You know, they convict the right people oftentimes. Now, does it also happen to not always be correct? Yes, there needs to be judicial reform to a huge extent. But the largest problem, the worst court in our country, is the Supreme Court, where they have no oversight, they have nothing to stop them from doing whatever they want, and they have rampant corruption. But courts like this, courts like the ones that are stopping Donald Trump from being able to take his civil cases into federal court to get them overturned by the Supreme Court, I love those people. Those are great. Moral of the story, commit crimes for free SRS. No, don't do that. Don't commit any crimes. But if you do happen to go to prison in Indiana and you're trans, then wonderful. Get your SRS for free, paid for by the American taxpayer, which I'm absolutely happy to pay. It's like what, like half a cent from each of us. Okay, so this is just fun and good, and I like it. And the court, by the way, is absolutely correct. It is unconstitutional. But I wanted to lead into this video that I saw this morning.
Look at what they need to mimic.
Of Finster finding people online that fake being trans for money while being transphobic. Which sounds insane. These are cis people that will fake being trans for money. And Finster discovered this, and I would like to cover it because it's interesting.
a fraction of our power. Recently, there's been this trend on the health platform formerly known as Twitter, where cis women are saying that they're trans women, allegedly, and getting extremely well paid while doing it. Now, okay, this is fascinating to me because I've had my own controversy on Twitter for also pretending to be a trans woman, appropriating trans womanhood. But wait, how can you even fake being trans? Isn't it just a feeling? What even is a woman? No.
Well, there we go. That's a good point to start off on. Again, this is all like gender is a social construct, and the right wing, and you'll see because the people that are that I think they are their pronouns. I'm not like a Finster stan. I don't watch their content, but in this case, the people that they find are absolutely right-wingers by the way that they talk. They don't understand the distinction between sex and gender, which is a really great way to tell if someone is stupid or not, I guess. It's a great indicator. I don't know. Look, again, just so you guys know, if you're not aware, your sex is based on your physical biology. It is entirely separate from your gender. Gender is a feeling. It is how you feel in regards to the social norms that have been built around the sex of male or female, or neither if you don't, feel like you fit into any of those categories. It's how you feel with the social norms that are expected of you based on the way that you look by society. It's how you want to be perceived by society. Gender affects literally nobody but you, and frankly doesn't actually matter to anybody except the person that it matters to. Just easy way to tell if someone's an idiot or not.
Oh, no, we are not doing that. Holy shit, I am not being this type of channel. God, Christ, fuck.
Why not? It's fun.
Even do this. This seems silly, right? In all fairness, it seems like everyone wants to start Battle Pass these days. I mean, Markiplier did.
Yeah, they're allowed to be lizards. Why can't trans women be women? Well, to be fair, they can, just like how Mark Zuckerberg can say he's not a lizard as much as he wants, but we all know he's a lizard. He looks and he acts like a lizard, and we say he's a lizard. Finster looks and acts like a woman, but does not say that they are a woman, and therefore they're not a woman. The distinction is different, Lizards are a biological concept. You can't change the fact that you're a lizard. If you were born a lizard, you will stay a lizard. Now you can identify as human, like Mark Zuckerberg, and we can respect that and treat them like a human. Like they deserve to be treated because, he feels like he's a human instead of a lizard. And though he was born a lizard, that doesn't mean anything. That's just his body. His brain is a whole other concept. And that's what I'm trying to get here, is what you're born as does not matter in regards to your gender identity, or in Mark Zuckerberg's case, your human identity. It's the same concept. Now you can't say that you're not a human because that's just, it's silly. You have to, you can say you're a lizard. You can identify as a lizard like Mark Zuckerberg. That's fine. But you can't say you're an inanimate object. It has to be a human. See you, Wesley. Now, getting back to the actual topic here, right? These people, these motherfucking people, think that, and they're making bank doing this. It's weird. This is weird. Right.
That's what I thought. But it's hard to start an OF career, for anyone. And it really helps if people already know you. Look at these mainstream celebrities and, what they did when they started an Battle Pass. Bella Thorne on her own broke the entire fucking platform. She's like the PewDiePie of my world. Cis women do have the biggest potential audience. Most of the user base are guys, and most guys like cis girls. Apart from my audience. They love Some people like Amaranth or Belle Delphine can make millions.
I don't judge.
Month. It's insane. Everyone saw that tweet and went, oh, I need to make one right now, including me. That's the case for less than like 1 in 20 million people. I think that's how many creators there are on OF. So if you're not a content creator or a celebrity, you're not known on the internet, what do? You can try and compete with 20 million other people, or you can find a niche. And what's a popular niche right now? Trans porn is actually...
Which, by the way, is watched more than any other porn by conservatives often. Remember, Pornhub puts out its statistics of the type of pornography people watch in each state every single year. And we see often in the red states, in especially the states that are the loudest anti-trans states, they watch a lot of trans porn. Look at Mark Robinson, the man who's a black Nazi and wants slavery back, and is also anti-trans, loved trans porn. That was like one of his most commented things from the article that CNN put out about him. Again, every accusation is a confession. A lot of those people are just closeted trans people. I did not, because I don't follow this kind of stuff. This isn't my form of content, but this popped up because it's kind of politically relevant, and I think that it's interesting that this is a niche that is being used and is profitable, while there's so much hate for trans people in general in our society and our media. It's been ramped up, especially by the right wing, and people like Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis have lit the fire. But this niche of cis people pretending to be trans for porn is profitable somehow.
Actually trend. It's becoming one of, or in Texas's case, the most popular category. According to The Hub, research purposes. It's become a massive category, and universally, trans people love that fact. That was a lie. They do not like it. A big problem.
This is like, sociology-wise, it's incredibly, like, Texas is the most, watches more trans porn than anything else. Didn't, like, the governor of Texas try and ban pornography this year in general? Maybe that's why. Maybe he needed to ban pornography so that he would stop looking at trans porn because he's really a closeted trans person and was really sad, I guess. Who fucking knows? I need to understand where this comes from a sociological concept. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Problem you'll hear trans women talking about a lot is fetishization. Did I say that right? Fetishization. Christ, that's a shitty word. We're gonna have to bleep that anyway, aren't we? So when I started making cross-dressing and femboy content on OF, it sparked a little bit of controversy. I get it. I've actually probably done a little bit of real harm to the trans community by adding popularity to the whole, like, oh my god, it's actually a boy meme. Play the clip.
I didn't know the Knights had hot cat girls too.
Actually, I'm a boy.
No, you're fucking not.
No, really, I'm a...
I said, no, you're fucking not.
I still think about that a lot, but this isn't the right video to apologize.
Yeah, I don't know about it. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Oh my god, I did.
Here we go.
Than I thought, and I just found with fake peepees in their trousers. There are actually way more accounts like this than I thought, and I just found another one a second ago.
111k subs on that one.
Oh my god, I did. Jesus Christ. You might be able to spot the reason why people have a problem with them fairly quickly if you start reading the bios. Professional woman. Oh my fucking god, the banner. Okay. Is this damage control or is it fucking just for funny? Used to look manlier, but still a dude. I collab with other transgenders. Oh no! Sorry, I don't know what that emoji would be. 2005 girly.
Like, who sees this kind of shit and then, like, opens the OnlyFans and then subs to, like, this is weird, guys. Like, am I the only one that thinks this is insane?
Weapon. Come find out. Oh, I'm fucking gonna. I'm so manly and probably bigger than you. God damn it. The weird dude from high school is now a girl. You already know. I do stuff with other transgenders. Now, okay, to be fair, one of them stole my bio. I don't know if I should be more or less mad. But look, most popular woman, male of all time. There's one slight difference between that though. I am gender fluid. I am not a trans woman, and I would not make that joke if I was. Also, I made both of the jokes in my bio. Her pronouns are he, him. Way back in the day, it's kind of a legacy thing from being a femboy. I also have the URL, gigachad.gg.
Right,
it counts as stupidly popular. Like to the point where their first tweets hitting like 40,000 likes sometimes.
Yeah, that's insane. That's the point that I want to make.
When you go through their following list, you start to realize that they follow people that haven't tweeted in years. It is so strange. Joined May 2014, but their first post was last month, which is confusing, but not really when you think about it.
Yeah, I think that would be like buying old accounts that have followers and then transitioning them into something like that.
These accounts are gonna get mass reported. They also want a really early kickstart. So what people do is they buy old creator accounts or just Twitter accounts that have a lot of followers or high
yeah, there we go. I was right.
delete all
Bam.
their posts, remake
But
it,
still,
sometimes unfollow people, sometimes not.
The fact that those tweets get like 40k likes is insane.
Well, a lot of these is why they have 0 following. They're everywhere. But whatever, that's the same case for like every bot account on Twitter ever. But the other reason why they have so many accounts is way funnier to me. This is part of a grift to make money off of the trans community. Notably,
now, hold on. I wanted to get to the part where we see how much money these people are making.
As being feminine boys. Holy shit. Thank you, Twitter. Where's the Google award for like the first time something's ever been said? I'll take that now.
Here we
I
go.
know. I saw
so this,
a nice little chat.
In this section, Finster actually got into contact with one of these people, and we're gonna see some of the text messages that they send. This is this blows my mind that this is a thing.
I'm gonna show you that chat. So I asked for some pointers on how they're doing so well and got this in response. Okay, I gotta know. I saw through Twitter, everyone's going nuts because you're a cis girl. How come you haven't said anything yet? I mean, every publicity is good, right? Ha 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 ha. No! Because all of those people come here to see it and I just...
That's JD Vance. That message was sent by JD Vance. I'm like 30% sure.
Show it for money, you know?
You know what actually, is more likely to be Nick Fuentes.
Very fair. I got back in the day, so it's kind of a win-win for me either way. What a bitch. Listen, I'm sure that's not actually the girl talking to me. I'm nearly certain that's just some dude on...
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't being serious, certified garbage. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
On the other side of the world. It would be insane to run the amount of accounts they do. Also, how I got to that point in the conversation, we shouldn't talk about. Just FYI, when people do subscribe, you don't see it. You know.
We gotta do a CNN investigation like they did into Mark Robinson to see if JD Vance is pretending to be a cis woman, pretending to be a trans woman on the internet for money.
The reason why I had to say that was there's a bunch of posts on the page and they say, hit me up if you want to see it unblurred. So you're paying for blurred photos and then you get no word of a lie. You get sent a $30 pay-per-view for 3 photos? $30?
Who pays for that? Who's paying $30 for 3 photos? For porn? Who's paying $30 for 3 pornographic photos in 2024? We have the internet, my guy. Porn is free. What the fuck is wrong with these people? That's all I wanted to get to. At least a video, right? 3 photos? Even like a 5-minute video would not be sufficient for that much money. I guess some people do, but like, it's insane that people would, For cis women pretending to be trans women who will send you a blurry photo for $30? Or I don't know if the photo's blurry for the $30 or if it's just blurry if you follow them. I don't know. This is confusing to an extent that like my brain is breaking. How is this a thing?
What the fuck? They're getting paid so much. What? All because of people being curious about why they're getting hated on so much if they're cis women and then finding out. The reason why I haven't showed any names in all of this video is I don't want to fucking promote these people. Also, it's an OFDM and I don't want the YouTube gods to smite me. The reason I'm showing it anyway is I wasn't going to make this video. I actually was kind of mixed about the whole thing until I talked to them and realized they were a bit of a dick. That there is no good faith in any of this. That they are just rage baiting. It seems a little gross to me.
Makes perfect sense. That part makes perfect sense.
You know what's grosser? $10 per picture? Are you joking? I want to see some real peen, bro. I want to see some real pee-pee, dude. I don't want to see a toy. This costs
not even $10 for that. Are you kidding me? Not even.
Like a new microwave, bro. $10 per fake pic. What the fuck, bro? But there's more to it. Still, this is a controversial subject, and I want to clarify a few things. Cisgender and transgender are just descriptors, in the exact same way that short and tall are. Gender's something we kind of just all made up over time as a society. Yeah, there are biological components to it, but how we currently define man and woman are based on gender. So, a tall man's a man, a trans man's a man.
A short man is not a man.
But pop off, king, I guess. But the bit
I don't support that. If you're short, don't unfollow me. Look, this is this shit gets crazy.
Monetary gain. Kiana, a mutual of mine on Twitter, tweeted about this about a week ago and said, seeing cis girls shoving in their pants and pretending to be trans for money makes me so annoyed. My gender isn't your costume. Guys, just in case you didn't get the joke, my gender isn't your costume is a thing that people have been saying to trans women for a while. I'm going to show you the quote retweet, but that joke went right over their head. Man who wears woman as a costume upset that women are wearing his gender as a costume. Man sees not the irony. Yeah, they did.
This is the point, I think. Besides, like, the grift to make money, I think this is being done by people, well, I mean, obviously, looking at the writing, by people that don't like trans people and want to spread transphobia, but also don't, like, hate trans people to the point where they want to exterminate them. They just want to grift off of them and don't care if it does any damage to these people's lives, to the trans community as a whole, because this does do damage to them. It does. But it's a grift, and they'll grift anything. People will grift literally anything. I just think that the only explanation I have for why this would be the grift that someone would choose to do is either they're being paid to do so to spread this kind of stuff on Twitter. You know, this is like a reply to a reference to it. And I think that's intentional. I can't comprehend why else. That's pretty much it. I don't want to content steal. We've watched more than enough of this anyway, so if you want to watch the full video, go watch Finster's channel. Now, it is time for the UN General Assembly. Let's just watch what the Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, and then I need to run and go pee.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in a whirlwind. We are in an era of epic transformation, facing challenges unlike any we have ever seen. Challenges that demand global solutions. Yet, geopolitical divisions keep deepening. The planet keeps heating. Wars rage with no clue how they will end. And nuclear posturing and new weapons cast a dark shadow.
I like that he mentioned the nuclear posturing, because that's been coming up a lot more lately, and it's not going to go away, and it's not from any one country either. I mean, it's mostly Russia doing the posturing here, but in more subtle ways, so is Israel, and so is India and Pakistan are a complicated situation. India and China are having a border dispute. Nuclear-armed countries are having civil-ish disagreements and conflicts that are less civil significantly more often in the last 5 to 10 years than they had prior. We still have not had an instance of two nuclear-armed countries directly engaging in military action against each other, thankfully, but we've gotten pretty close, and we are pretty close. I mean, from Russia's perspective, they already are engaging against the US and of NATO, even though from the US perspective, we're hands off. We're sending them weapons, but no, we're not engaged directly with Russia. To them, we are. This is going to continue to be a problem. But also the new type of warfare that we just talked about that Israel has now brought into this world.
We are edging towards the unimaginable, a power keg that risks engulfing the world. Meanwhile, 2024 is the year that half of humanity goes to the polls, and half of humanity will be affected. I stand before you in this whirlwind, convinced of two overriding truths. First, The state of our world is unsustainable. We can't go on like this. And second, the challenges we face are solvable. But that requires us to make sure.
The challenges we face are easily solvable if we just stopped prioritizing profit and greed and hatred. That's it. It's all we have to do is just stop prioritizing those three things. Greed, profit, hatred. And we can solve every problem that exists incredibly easily. The entire world. We have the resources to work together. We have enough so that every human being on this planet could live a free middle class lifestyle for a very long time without ever running into problems if it was done right in a hypothetical, like, perfect world vacuum. Now, is that going to happen? No, of course the fuck not. But we could do that. We can. We're not going to, but that's a choice that we're making.
The mechanisms of international problem solving actually solve problems. The Summit of the Future was a first step, but we have a long way to go. And getting there requires confronting three major
Lula, based Brazil,
drivers of unsustainability. A world of impunity.
We stand Brazil here.
Where violations and abuses threaten the very foundation of international law and UN Charter. A world of inequality, where injustices and grievances threaten to undermine countries or even push them over the edge. And a world of uncertainty, where unmanaged global risks threaten our future in unknowable ways.
So, incredibly based speech. I agree with every word that he said. Every word that he said here. I don't know where I saw this quote today, but part of the UN's founding charter, I believe, has the quote of prior to World War II, prior to the formation of the UN in its modern form, might makes right was an ideology that a lot of people subscribed to. And the idea of the UN was to flip that on its head and make it right makes might, not might makes right. And I think that's an incredibly important statement, a thought to keep in mind, because that's what we're not doing. That's exactly, we're doing might makes right. We're allowing Israel to just do whatever they want. America, the mightiest country on earth at this point, is right, whatever they say. Even I say that, because there is no right option. We need right to make the might, but we're not focusing on it, because that requires cooperation. That requires class organization, not political ideology, not this country's nationalism and this country's. It's class ideology. That's how we make right into might. The right for all of us to live freely, the right for all of us to be safe in our homes, the right for all of us to be able to pick up an electronic without fear of it exploding in our hands, the right for all of us to have a home to live in, to have food to eat, to have healthcare to access, the internet. These are all right and should be human rights. And giving this to all of humanity would make us a mightier species. It would make us a more evolved society overall. Thanks for the follow. I'm sick of being stuck in this cycle that we've been in for decades of we do the same things over and over and over and over again because the rich make us do it. 1,000 people own more wealth than 50% of the planet, and they get to decide. They get to decide. Sure, political power does come into it, but they get to influence political power as much as they like. It's appalling, and the only way to fix society as a whole is to start with organizing class. the labor class, the working class. Guess what? We're all the working class. If you're watching this and you're not Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, you're the fucking working class, man. There's 1,000 people, and then the rest of us. It's that simple. And we need to focus on that, and then we can make real change from that. I cannot recall a time of greater peril than this, said King Abdullah II of Jordan. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but we're definitely nearing it, you know? There's war in Gaza, Ukraine, now Lebanon, Sudan, all over the Middle East is now in threat. There's the civil war in Myanmar. There's war all over the world. I mean, wars that I haven't thought of, that I forgot about because of all the other fucking wars that keep happening. Gutierrez said meetings that challenge the challenge of a world in a whirlwind requires confronting the three drivers of unsustainability: the uncertainty of unmanaged risks, the inequality that underlies the injustices and grievances, and the impunity that undermines international law. This is exactly correct. The uncertainty of managed risks. Sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't have that on the screen. What does the uncertainty of unmanaged risks mean? It means we're not thinking about the future. Climate change, for example, would fit into that category. We just do what's good for us, and by us I mean the people in charge and the society as a whole. We do what's best for us now. We don't think about the future. There are unmanaged risks, and we're uncertain about them. The inequality is what I just spoke about. It is it is one of the main driving factors, and impunity comes from that. Modern times feel like a fulfillment of the liberal project to protect hierarchies of monarchy and mercantilism under the pretenses that appear meritocratic. I kind of agree. Yeah, it does. But see, that's the thing, Wizard Bread Books. I sent you sent me a Mew? Thank you. I'll make that into a graphic, Captain. Wizard's Bread Books, rather. You're exactly right, but here that's actually the exact problem. Is after a certain point, liberalism has to go one way or the other. Now, Marx said that socialism grows best under liberalism, that a stable liberal government is the optimal way of forming socialism. But Wiz, thanks. I'll make sure to keep it shortened. Now, Marx's view of what socialism was like more than 100 years ago. That type of socialism can't even exist in our modern world. But I do still think his initial idea of that type of liberalism, welcome back, certified garbage, is how we get to a form of socialism that's beneficial for humanity. Unfortunately, though, liberalism to the point that we're at is kind of a crossroads where we can grow the seeds of socialism. We can water them. We can take care of them until they grow into a tree that will feed all of us and take care of all of us. Or we can allow the fascists to stomp that out and take control. Historically, it's usually gone the other way. Liberals tend to side with fascists, and in a lot of cases, there are people who pretend to want social good and then just do bad instead. That's the issue with our current state of liberalism, is that it involves a lack of knowledge. We don't know what's happening anymore. We don't live in the same reality as others anymore. Some people still don't understand basic human concepts. There's a lot of risk here. This year especially is kind of a nexus moment. Yeah, interesting to note that Marx was a student of Adam Smith, is that he read him and drew very different conclusions as to if capitalism deserves to exist. I mean, I haven't read Adam Smith. I've read like Capital years ago. I remember bits and pieces. I'm not like big on theory and literature. I don't have time to read or the attention span, honestly, but I can see how that would occur. You know, I can see the difference of opinions, and I have different opinions than Marx does. Again, I don't think Marx's idea of socialism can exist in our modern world, but I also don't think capitalism deserves to exist either. We need to start from the bottom up to fix society. We keep focusing, and I keep saying this both in electorally in the US, but in general, we keep focusing on top-down solutions, but no positive change has ever, no real lasting, important positive change has really ever come from the top down. It's always come from the bottom up. And the bottom up means organizing these social classes, organizing the working class. We are the very bottom. And we are a global class. There is no distinction between a poor person who like cannot afford food or housing in the United States and a poor person who can't afford food or housing in Sudan. I'm a theory nerd, but to be honest, as long as a person has basic intersectional class analysis, doing some practice like food distribution will teach better theory than all. Well, yeah, I agree with you entirely. Theory is good to an extent, and it's good to have like a basic understanding of it, but it's your practice, what you do with it, that matters. Speaking of practice, as you are new and I haven't seen you before, and it looks like I have some more viewers than before, if you want to do some praxis, even if you don't live in the United States, go to progressivevictory.win and you can join this, or you can volunteer rather, and phone bank for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you live in Wisconsin, they're doing a great canvassing event. They're good. I'm a volunteer. I'm not officially affiliated with them. You guys can do it too. It's fun. And you'll be making actual positive change for the world for real. Like, you know, you're doing something, you're involved. It's also good to have propagandists and organizers to read theory, but it's all intellectual masturbation after a certain point. You're absolutely right. 100%, like 100% correct. And like, that's also fine. You're allowed to do that, you know? Intellectual masturbation is not illegal. It's not immoral. It's just not functionally useful for creating positive change. You need some theory. You need, yeah, it's fun. That's fine. You can have fun with it, but it's not praxis, you know? But you do need a basic understanding of this. Like, if you're going to be engaging with, I was going to say you might as well read Capital, but fuck, Capital's a shitty read. Put on an audiobook of Capital and at least listen to it in the background if you like to engage with this stuff. It's good to have at least basic understandings of commodities and labor and how economies function and what the worth of something is. It's involved, yeah. Graeber has some good basic writings. Have not read Graeber. I do, if you join my Discord, also much better, more modern than Marx. I might have to give that a look. On my Discord, I do have a section in which there are a bunch of links for free PDFs, free audiobooks, ebooks, documents, access to archives of socialist and anarchist literature that you can read for free. I literally just plagiarized it off Bossier's Discord, but that's okay because they don't care. It's resources for people to be able to access and read and learn and grow as human beings. And I think that's more important than anything else. We need education, you know? Education is, yeah, the most of it is on the Anarchist Library website too. That's one of the links I have on there. Education is a thing that we're lacking, like, to a point where it's painful. And we're not just lacking it because people are stupid. We actively incentivize bad education. Hell, look at the United States. Donald Trump wants to take away the Department of Education. There's a reason why people behave the way that they do, is because the conditions of your life impact how you behave, impact how you feel, impact how you think. The material conditions that we live in, I don't like Democrats or Republicans right now. It's hard to make a decision. You might be an independent ideologically, just vote Democrat, okay? Just go vote down the ticket Democrat, because you're not voting between a Democrat and a Republican. You're voting between a Democrat and a Nazi. And like I've said this before, I don't personally think Donald Trump himself fully believes like Nazi ideology. I think he's just okay with it. But everybody else, they're all Nazis. He's just an old school like billionaire anti-Semite from New York. He doesn't care enough to be a Nazi. But J.D. Vance, almost every elected Republican official, they're either white nationalists, Christian nationalists, or Nazis. I mean, same. If you want to change this two-party system certified garbage, the best way to go about it, I would say, is to enter politics. Do something. Run for your local council, run for your local school board, run for state legislature, and get your friends to join you. That's how this system changes. That's the revolution. People don't fucking understand. They think the revolution is going to be like pitchforks and guns and we're taking over the government. No, that's not how it looks like anymore. Revolution is literally what the Republicans are doing. If Donald Trump wins this election in 10 years, they're going to call this the Great Revolution. A hierarchical political system will never give you the education to consider alternatives because it's a risk to their power. You're absolutely right. If you're voting, make sure to vote for any public education funding that's nearly more important than anything else on the ticket. 100%. Wizard, you are based. You gotta do something about it. We all have to do our part. It's not gonna fix itself. And that's how you do it. Enter government. That's how they did it. I've said this before. I've talked about this before. Why do you think they're so dangerous and they're so effective and we come off as so weak? Because they organize. They have young people in their late 20s and their early 30s that are spending all of their free time like invested. They are in this. They want to take over the government for their side. They believe in what they're fighting for. It's the shame the GOP attacked Acorn. That union is still doing good work in England. I heard a little bit about that. I would need to look more into it. I kind of vaguely remember it, but I don't remember enough to make a comment on it. Yeah, exactly. I love politics. This is me working in politics. I mean, this isn't like I'm trying to make this a career, but like you do what you can. You do what the skills that were given to you, you work with them. And you have fun. If you have fun doing it, even more so, you're going to be more effective than anybody else. If you enjoy doing what you're doing, you're going to be the most effective. I don't know. All right. I have to go pee really quickly, and then when I come back, we'll open up the Joe Biden speaking at the UN General Assembly, and then I want to compare and contrast that with Erdogan talking after. Like I said, neither of these people genuinely care about like the Palestinians, and they're all on slightly opposite sides. Joe Biden supports Israel, obviously, but also pretends to care about the lives of innocent civilians like Palestinians and Lebanese people, whereas Erdogan is anti-Israel and also pretends to care about the lives of the Jordanese and the Lebanese, but for his own political reasons. And I haven't listened to either speak so that we can react to it live, and I want to compare and contrast their rhetoric and see, the differences between the two. I think it'd be interesting. Sadly, you can't do much at Australia. At least you can still talk to people on Twitch. Exactly, and I can still vote. And I can still phone bank with Progressive Victory, which I'm doing on Friday. I'm going to be calling people all over the U.S., and telling them to go vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, Yeah, I put the link in the chat. If you want to do that, you can do that. It's easy. It's fun. They're cool people. I only just joined like the PV Discord like a week ago, and they're really fun and cool people. And you don't have to do like anything else. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. They have organizers in every state. Go join their Discord. Like, meet some nice people. Wesley in this chat is from that Discord. That's why he kept shouting out PV. They're a good organization that are doing some real actual good, you know? They canvassed for Jamal Bowman in New York, and, you know, of course, Jamal Bowman unfortunately lost, but AIPAC spent $15 million to make him lose. And Jamal Bowman didn't get, you know, he didn't lose because the other guy got more votes. All that $15 million that AIPAC spent did not get whatever his opponent's name was, I can't even remember, more votes than Jamal Bowman. All it did was get less people to vote for Jamal Bowman, but not that much less than he had gotten the last time around either. PV made a difference there. That race could have been much worse. I like AOC. AOC is pretty cool. She's, you know, she tries her best. Again, like, when you're at that high of a level in politics in our current political climate, regardless of how left-leaning your views are, there's very, like, people get mad at AOC for not being leftist enough, but there's only so much she can do. I mean, look at the rest of the squad and how they're treated. Bowman got kicked out. Rashida Tlaib, I showed you the racist cartoon that they made of her today. She got censored in by Congress. They don't like leftists. We need to kick these establishment Dems out and replace them with people like you and me. Yeah, well, exactly. Your grandfather probably doesn't even know what a commie is. That's my point, is most Americans don't know what communism is. She has become a more savvy political operator. I get that some things she does are cynical to maintain power. There's just a limit of the electoral change. Yeah. She does what she can. Alright, I'll be right back. Real quick. Organizing local solidarity is always going to be more impactful than electoral politics, but structurally liberalism appropriates defangs and commodifies dissent. You're exactly right. Here's the rub, right? We still have to engage in electoral politics, but we have to do so at the same time as local organizing. We have to do both, and a lot of people are disincentivized from engaging in politics. In fact, it's actually weird. People are both incentivized to care about politics, but also at the same time disincentivized to actually engage with it. Kind of weird. AOC used to work as a restaurant server. Her major is international studies. Shit, I should run. You should run, certified garbage. I would vote for you if I could. You should run. Go do it. Why don't you? At least start small. Go run for like a local seat or something. Make change in your local community. Get your friends to join you. You can do it. We can do it. Anyone can do it. For example, punk started as pretty explicitly anarchist, but pop punk turned it into an aesthetic. Capitalism commodifies everything. You're absolutely right. I'm not going to make any electoral arguments. I'm just saying it's fine if more liberal people are doing the fight against fascism. I absolutely agree. I mean, yeah, you can't because you're not in America, Captain. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Just, we need to organize people like you and me. Anyone can do it. Donald Trump is an idiot and was a TV personality. Well, I mean, obviously not. It's a bit late to run in this election anyway, certified garbage. You got 2 years until the next midterm election. Oh, I know. The rest of the world really needs our help, Captain. But we need to fix our shit before we can help you. How are we supposed to help you if we can't help ourselves? Look, actually, you're right. Africa is going to be popping off quite soon. I think Nigeria, in fact, is going to be one of the larger economies in Africa and one of the larger economies in the world in the next 50 years. The IWW has good resources for starting labor unions, with regardless of who wins, will be important for labor rights. This is true, but one side will absolutely decimate unions, whereas the other side is currently part of the most pro-union administration in American history since at least FDR. You know, Joe Biden has done more for American unions since any president since FDR. China's Belts and Roads program did pay off, but it's also having some... They went a bit too far with it. Now they're having some negative side effects of that as well. But it wasn't a bad idea. For sure, easier to fight against Kamala, 100%, but it's not a high bar. I think it's a significantly higher bar under Trump than it is under Kamala. Africa is more about, it's stuff for electronics. It's cobalt. Specifically, China owns most of the world's cobalt mines in Africa. But also, there's a lot of people and a lot of resources, and Africa is modernizing and industrializing right now. We colonized them and kept them back for so long that they are only now industrializing. And so they're an emerging economy, whereas the rest of the world is suffering like a lack of birth rates because no one can afford to have children, and men are turning into fucking incels everywhere, and Africa's booming. The rest of the world is declining. The only reason the US isn't declining is because of immigration. And we're complaining about that. But yes, also, Captain, you're right, alternative energies as well too. Which, by the way, there is I can argue why keeping them behind has somewhat benefited them. I disagree, and I don't want to go into that right now anyway, but there is no reason why the US should not be the leader in like alternative energies. We could have been the ones that created the solar panels and sold them to the rest of the world. Yeah, well, exactly. China's doing it now. We should have done this ages ago. Meanwhile, in Australia, our fucking the LNP's leader, Peter Dutton, the guy who was going to be the next prime minister if Labour loses, which they probably will because of all of Australian media hates Labour more than they hate literally anything else, wants to build 7 nuclear power plants in Australia that are going to cost the average Australian a significant amount more money. Say it's going to take like 10 years to build while we keep paying coal companies, instead of just building solar panels and wind farms all over Australia, which would create jobs, which would create communities, because you would need to build housing near these solar farms and these wind farms to be able to maintain them. That's jobs, because we currently have a lot of immigration, and a lot of those immigrants are going to cities where cities don't have enough housing. So if we built communities, if we invested in all of this together, it would solve all of those problems at once. Lots of opportunities in the US for geothermal too, especially HVAC in homes. You're absolutely right. We should have been doing this for ages, but we're not. They can get the new tech now without intermediate phase of industry. Their development will already have skipped that. You're not wrong. All right, I think there's going to be an ad soon, but let's just, a national high-speed rail project could revitalize America. I agree, in fact. Actually, we should definitely do that. Hold on, I need to grab this cat so I can show you. He's hiding from me. Come here, baby. Come here, buddy. Franklin, I don't know why I called you anything. Come here. Come on. You don't want to say hi for camera? Come on, buddy. Oh no. What was that? Okay. No, come here. Come here. You can't run away from me. This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He's an asshole, so I call him Frank. I'll say hi. You want to take over the stream for me, Frank? Nationalized, most countries have their rail providers government run. Yeah, privatized, yeah, he doesn't like me picking him up and shaking him like that. But also, he's always like grumpy. He's just a grumpy boy. If he was angry, he would have been like squirming a lot more. Look, privatized transportation is like a blight on any country that does it. It is never, ever, 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 ever in the history of time produced better outcomes than government-run public transportation. Never. All right, let's get to
72 journalists
Joseph
were killed while trying to do their job.
Shush. You're not the one that's supposed to be playing right now. Let's come to Joseph Robinette Biden. It only makes sense. Private rail concessions are shares of chaos. Private companies are, in general, pretty bad. I think we should maybe do socialism and nationalize every corporation and take away the money of all the billionaires. All right, what do you have to say, Mr. Biden? Before we start, you can say what you want to say. What you got for me? Privatization is especially bad at things that are essential. Absolutely. By the way, add to that list housing, healthcare, food, telecommunications, internet, transportation. All of these need, at the very least, if we don't go full socialism, we need all of those nationalized. You remember we spoke about privatized modes of transport? Kind of, yeah. All right, cool. We got an ad break in progress, so good timing. Most ships are not because the capital costs for ships are ridiculously high. I understand that. I still think that they should be not private. No, I understand, but there's no the systems that make it cost that much don't need to be in place. That's the thing. It wouldn't cost that much if the systems underlying all of that were done better. That's the point. You know what I mean? The lease of a ship, like a shipping transport containers, like big cargo ship, comes from wages, fuel, leasing, as well as, actually, that's about it. Yeah, leasing of a port, leasing of the ship, wages, fuel. Now, the leasing of the port and leasing of the ship should not be as expensive as they are. If these were publicly owned assets and companies and areas and ports and ships, they would be subsidized and they would not cost anywhere near as much. Fuel, we don't, like, We use fossil fuels for ships. We don't need to. We can power ships on renewable energy. And if we did that, then it would cost significantly less as well. The only thing that I think we need to increase the cost of is wages. We need to pay these people more. All right. Sorry, I was reading an important text. But then how would we pay corporations silly amounts of money for branded sports stadiums? I don't know. I don't know how we could ever afford that. Maybe corporations don't deserve to exist. Maybe they should just be unions, just big unions instead of corporations. I feel like that might be. I mean, it's kind of what they are anyway. It's just they're not run like unions. But like the changes that would need to be put in place to change our system to one that is beneficial to the average person would not be so substantial that most people wouldn't notice. You know, it would be small changes to very basic like functionality systems that would affect the rich, but most average people wouldn't even know what happened until they started getting paid more and stuff started costing less. It's not difficult. All right, let's go.
My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had.
I have to say, I was already ready for him to make a gaffe. I'm so glad that he's out and we got Kamala instead. Jeez, could you imagine how bad this would be if he was still running?
I had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that.
You know Joe Biden is older than Israel? Yeah, Trump had a certain win if Biden was in the race. Why do you think he's so complaining? Like, he's constantly whinging about Kamala Harris. Do you think Biden would have been able to bait him into saying that, like, Charlottesville was okay and that they're eating the dogs? Do you think Biden would have come up with the strategy of saying, look at, like, Trump rallies, people leave early, which he's still thinking about? That is, like, seared into his brain now. He's incredibly self-conscious about it. And also, I've seen videos of people leaving Trump rallies a lot more now. It seems like 2024 was always destined to be a repeat of 2016, but Biden dropping out put Trump in the role of Hillary. I hope so. Like, a Kamala win would be wonderful in, like, every way compared to a Trump win, but I don't know. I'm not sure that we're definitely there yet. I think that there's a good chance that we lose this election because they're cheating. They're changing laws illegally, like in Georgia, where even the, like, Secretary of the State of Georgia said that this was illegal, yet the Georgia Election Council made it so. Now you have to hand count 11 million votes by the end of the day, or the votes don't count. There's 70 people. There's 70 people that say they're not going to certify the election. These are electors, like in party electors. When the Republicans are posting coping being cringe on Maine because they are banking on a 6-3 decision repealing, They are. They're banking on this going to the Supreme Court. That's why they're making all of these changes. That's why Arizona and Georgia need to hand count votes. That's why they want to take the one electoral point away from Omaha and Nebraska. Trump got some points after the very first assassination attempt, and then all of that disappeared when Kamala Harris became the nominee. And according to the polls, she's ahead. But again, don't trust the polls. The people who answer these polls and the way that the polls are questioned often affect the actual outcomes. I think the polls might be more correct this time around than they have been the last two, but I wouldn't put money on it. And also, don't engage with the poly market. That's Peter Thiel shit. Like, if you engage with poly market, you're giving money to a Nazi. So.
I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't trust even, like, the bookies polls, but again, like, who do you know that still has a landline? Yeah, boomers. Exactly. The polls, also, they don't skew as hard to IRRC polls either. They do engage, like, on social media, via email, but again, young people don't tend to answer these things. They don't. This is, like, boomer shit. And the ones that do are incredibly partisan ones, generally. And so the polls get skewed by ideology because to answer the poll, you already need to be invested enough to have the ideology. I was a poll taker in 2012. We call a knock on doors. Yeah, they have many different methods of obtaining the information. It's just the people who answer and also the way that the questions are phrased often have such big effects that it's, there's a bias to it, yeah. Looking at the polls, right, you shouldn't be looking at individual polls. Individual polls by themselves in a vacuum mean nothing. You look at the overall trends in several polls over a period of time. And if we're doing that, then the polls are trending towards a Kamala Harris victory. Unbiased data about anything social is a myth? Yes, absolutely. But how much bias is important? There will always be bias. But in this case, for most of the polls, especially in a year like this, where one side is just full on lying about literally everything they say and spewing genuine Nazi shit and trying to stoke fear and hatred, those polls are going to be more biased than normal.
War in America's history.
What?
Was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power.
Would you guys mind if I put just Joe Biden talking, were not for Erdogan, on 1.25 speed? Because he just talks so slowly.
And our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy.
Cool. I mean, you two are the only ones chatting, so fuck yeah. He's just so slow. I'll put it at 1.25 because if it's at 1.5, then I'm gonna have trouble keeping up with the points that I want to make.
Without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end.
It instantly sounds like someone gave him an Adderall. I was about to make the joke.
Israel and Egypt went to war.
No, see, it's not Adderall. They gave him the what is it? The brain juice, the fucking pituitary gland shit. The I don't know. Fuck, I forgot. Damn it. Hate when this happens.
War to historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament.
Like, you know the conspiracy I'm talking about, right? They put more RAM in his Neuralink.
Resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward.
Is it not wild that like Vietnam is incredibly pro-America? Like they're a close ally. They like us a good amount, especially after what we did to them. I find that weird. It's like if Iraq in 20 years was like super pro-America, like the general public polling, rather.
Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the
Why are you not doing that now? Just quick question. Because, you know, there's another apartheid happening, and there's a genocide. Oh, and, you know, it's been started by a terrorist state who has now started another war. Why are you not stopping that, Joe Biden?
1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked.
Yeah, Wiz, that's a really concerning thing that I feel like is coming. We're not quite there yet, but they really, really, really want, well, yeah, it's Cyberpunk 2077 shit. You want Elon Musk's Neuralink in your brain? I don't want that anywhere near me. I like the idea of, like, I don't know, being able to modify my body the way that I could go with like a steel-plated rib cage. That sounds nice, but I would rather not have it tied to the company that I have to work for. You know, yeah. Like, this is cyberpunk shit. And I said this earlier in the stream. It's another reason why they push so heavily for AI, is because they don't want to pay you wages and have workers that can, you know, strike. They want AI that can do the work, and they're failing at it, funny enough. But, I mean, ChatGPT could currently do most secretary work, you know, front desk stuff. They want all of those jobs to go away and be given to people that they don't have to pay. They don't want to pay you. The whole point of a corporation is to make profit. They exist for literally no other reason. Paying you cuts into their profit. You complaining about needing higher wages cuts into their profit. You having to go home and sleep at night cuts into their profit. Going back to what Wiz said, imagine you are at work and you want to quit your job and you can't physically leave because your limbs are locked to not move in that direction until you finish your shift. Imagine that. That's not an unreasonable possibility. Imagine you're working for a company that gave you a prosthetic limb and the state of Israel put explosives in it for some reason. Imagine that. Tie it back into earlier.
9/11 by Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We need to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well.
God, it's ironic hearing this from
The era
him.
of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq, and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined.
That is getting pinned, Wiz. You're 100% correct. It's also part of why they want to get rid of the education department as a whole. They want to make all education only private education. Have you guys seen like what education care plans look like in like Arizona? Because I've covered it before. We covered the map of Phoenix by people who have signed up for education plans, which is basically the government will cover, I think it's like 90% of the cost of sending your kid to a private, sending your kid to a private school. and you have to pay the other 10%. So a lot of people do. And we looked at the map of who enrolled in this, and also another map of the average income of the city of Phoenix, and the maps are identical because poor people don't have the money to pay 10% of the private school tuition. Private school costs nearly as much as college does in some cases. They want you to suffer. They hate you. They want to suck all of the wealth and happiness from your life and take it for themselves. Because you know what happens when kids pull their kids out of public school and put it into private school? The money that the government is covering, the subsidy, the 90%, is money that would have gone to the public school and is now no longer going to the public school. They sort of don't need to formally abolish it. They just have to defund. Well, they want to. That's the thing. They fully want to just get rid of it. It's in Project 2025. And yes, like how British conservatives are doing to healthcare, and like how Australian conservatives are also doing to healthcare here. Luckily, I am too. But that's a privilege that most Americans and most people don't have.
Determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,700.
I was going to say, how many Iraqis and Afghanis did we kill in that time period?
American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice.
In fact, I'm going to look that up. How... The estimates of Iraqi civilians that were killed during the Iraq War, according to Brown University, is between 280,000 and 350,000. From direct war-related violence caused by U.S. and its allies. See, I stopped going to college because it was... I had a scholarship. I went to Pace for a year. I went to a community college for a year before that. My family was nice enough to help me pay for a year of four-year university like Pace in Manhattan. And then I left school. I don't have a degree. You don't need a degree. You don't need a degree to be able to learn, educate yourself. The Black Book of Communism includes Nazi deaths, but death counts for capitalism never include the war on terror. Exactly.
Heroism. I know
I didn't even look up Afghanistan. That was just Iraq.
We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future.
No, I'm not saying online college. I'm saying educate yourself. Read books. Go to the library. That's what I did. I did not go to online college. Like the courses that I took in my time at a four-year university don't even relate. I took a political science and a sociology course, and I took some psych. So I guess they do kind of relate to what I do now. But yeah, you learned online. Googling is free. Wikipedia is like the Library of Alexandria. Guys, we have all the... It's probably the only part of the internet that I think is worth actually keeping. The way that we've... Like, the internet has evolved to be... I mean, it was always malicious, and it was always a harmful place if you weren't aware of your surroundings and able to do some critical thinking. But it's gotten so much worse. Like I used to do some OSU courses when I was getting my bachelor's in engineering because textbook and PowerPoints were better than my colleges. Makes sense. Honestly, from what I remember at my time in college, most of the shit that like I learned in school, I kind of already knew. And their resources that they used were generally not as good as the ones I could easily find on my own. I mean, it's been like 10 years. I'm old, guys. I'm 30 next year, but still.
Determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen.
Wow, it has been 10 years. Holy shit. I started college at 17.
We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality.
Nah, you're not old.
Record displacement of people. The climate crisis.
I only said that for TikTok, because they can see me too. And they're probably like 14. But that's okay, they're learning about the world, and that's fine.
Democracy at risk. Strange within our societies.
Damn, Martin.
The promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk.
You have grown.
But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world, end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024.
That was barely coherent. Is that just me? Is that just like in my head, or was that coherent?
As hell.
Being a boomer is a mindset, not an age. As long as you plant trees, you won't live to see the shade of your good. Yeah. No, I agree. Boomer is a mindset. It's not an age. Yeah, it really helps him being at 1.2. He sounds he sounds like he would have 10 years ago, you know? And also, you're absolutely right, because I know millennials that are just boomers. I know Zoomers that are boomers, because it is a mindset.
Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives.
Oh, you guys just wait for the next one. It's coming. It's going to be so much worse than COVID. Look at how we handled COVID. We're going to get fucked the next time this happens, and it's not going to be long.
Defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos.
You're kind of right, but he's even better than that, Wiz. My stepmom is in her 60s, but she's so funny and cool, cooler than me. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, honestly, I find a lot of the time, maybe it's because I'm in Australia, but people that are above 65, I tend to they're funny, they live life the way that I would. I agree with them a lot of the time. They might not know certain things, but they're usually happy to learn. They're happy to engage authentically. Whereas you talk to someone that's like, I don't know, anyone from like 14 to 55, you have about a 50% chance of them having zero idea of what they're talking about, but incredibly sure that they're right no matter what.
And cynicism, a desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those who are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership.
How are you holding us together, man? Like, I get the president of the U.S. has to make a speech, but could they not have just sent Kamala Harris and just said the president was sick or something? I worked at a froyo shop by a gay bar in college. Hanging out with old chatty queers was rad. Old chatty queers are my favorite.
Came here
genuinely.
Can withstand the challenges that the center holds once again. My fellow leaders.
You know what? In fact, the last time I went to a bar, it wasn't a gay bar, it was just a regular bar. I sat there and I like to talk to strangers in public, just so you guys know. I will just say hi, I'll compliment somebody, I'll strike up a conversation. Why the fuck not? It's fun. And I happened to strike up a conversation with two veterans of the Gulf War and the Iraq War. And these two were like burning socialists. It was weird. I swear to God, middle-aged lesbians always had the best feet. That wouldn't surprise me. But like, You know what I mean? Like, hearing two, like, Iraq and Gulf War vets, one of which made out with me, being, like, burning socialists while they're, like, they were not young by any means. Old gays are cool. I mean, gays are cool, generally.
For the choices we make today.
Some gays are cringe. Sorry, I keep pausing this. We're having a more interesting conversation than Joe Biden talking, which is really not a high bar. But we have to get through this so we can get through this grifter and compare and contrast them.
Will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? We stand firm against aggression.
Do we? Do we? Israel just started a war with Israel just did the largest terrorist attack in Lebanese history since 2006 and started a war. I believe Lebanon has the right to defend itself. Where are you standing on aggression?
We end the conflicts that are raging today. We take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease. But we plan now.
Sorry, I said Lebanon has a right to defend itself, right? Did I say Israel? Because I might have said the line too many times complaining about it that I just switched it by accident. Lebanon has a right to defend itself from the terrorist attack that was done onto it by Israel. And Joe Biden seems to think that we are combating aggression. I don't seem to agree.
Risk of a revolutionary new technologies. I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN.
To be clear, Hezbollah are terrorists, but they're also the de facto government of Lebanon, so the point still stands.
Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution was supposed to stand for. And so, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic...
But hey, Wiz, I mean, like today we covered two establishment colonial power establishment people saying that that was terrorism. Well, one of them saying it was terrorism, one of them saying it was definitely not appropriate warfare. Those are two ex-CIA directors, one of which was also the Secretary of State under Obama. It was Leon Panetta and John Brennan speaking out against Israel. I mean, I think that that's amazing. I could not have imagined that. It is getting to a point where even we're like, okay, this is getting too far. And not you. Yes, not you. Definitely. You are not actually John Brennan pretending to be somebody else on my Twitch chat. No, never. You could never be. Yeah, seeing U.S. establishment folks start to be vocal feels like we're right before the chapter will start in the history book. Well, so, like, I made this point earlier. Israel has become nearly indistinguishable from Nazis. I've made videos about their concentration camps. Their actions are horrific. They have now fully consolidated their control over Gaza and the West Bank. They've consolidated their hold on their own land, essentially, because they are occupying this. Now they're starting a war with Lebanon. This, to me, is the equivalent of Nazi Germany invading Poland. I see a very direct link there. And I think maybe the U.S. establishment might be shifting that way. But I think that depends quite a lot on who wins this election. Intel should be viewed like Volkswagen. What do you mean by that?
Economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The good news is Putin's war has failed. And
we've tried to boycott Israeli companies. In fact, actually, I forgot to put this link up. Now, I generally don't think boycotts do much good in general. they're not concentrated enough. This one, I think, might be a bit more useful. So, Chevron, which I'll come back to the Intel point because I think the same can be applied here. The issue with Intel is that we need Intel to be making this stuff as well. We just move it, take it. Isn't Intel a U.S. company? Consumer activism is difficult with the size of most meaningful targets. Yeah, absolutely. And approximately 59.7 owned by institutional investors. Okay, so it's a public company. And that's the thing. But this is a bit more direct. When voting with your wallet, it's rare to have more choices than the ballot. Yeah, it's really difficult. Have you guys seen The Good Place? Any of you? It's an excellent show, by the way. I recommend it if you haven't. But there's an idea that they put forward there in which The Good Place is about the afterlife, and you get scored with a point system that determines whether you go to the good place or the bad place. It's not heaven and hell, it's different. But they make it clear that it's functionally impossible to get into the good place, because to get into the good place, you have to live an ethical life. And it's even discussed in this show that every system in the world has become so interconnected that it's impossible to live a fully ethical life. Even if you're fully trying as hard as you can, you could live out in the middle of nowhere, use only things that you know are vegan and recyclable, and you'll still be engaging with corrupt, immoral systems. It's not possible anymore. Glasses are so expensive because they are an effective monopoly. That makes sense. Thankfully, I get $200 worth of glasses every year from my private health insurance here, so I don't have to pay for that as much because I actually use my private health insurance here. Yeah, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Absolutely. That's the main idea, you know? That's not just a slogan. That has meaning. Words have meaning. And so Chevron, let's hear Naomi Klein and Mehdi Hassan talk about this Chevron strike, because I think this one might actually be somewhat useful.
What's the bad stuff they're doing in Israel? Why do activists think that they have a role to play in Israel?
Well, so on top of all of this, it also turns out that Chevron is the major oil and gas player in Israel. The vast majority of Israel's electricity, around 70%, comes from natural gas. Or rather fossil gas, as we try to call it, and the majority of that is supplied. Almost all of it, Mehdi, is supplied by Chevron, and that includes power to Israel's military bases. So it's entangled with Israel's military machinery,
which makes me think that an organized boycott of Chevron could actually have some systemic effects, but it wouldn't be It wouldn't be major. I am pumped for the UA general strike. I'm also very happy that the Boeing workers are striking. Labor unions have been on a roll lately, which is why I really want Kamala Harris to win, because Donald Trump will crack down on this stuff. Remember, he has said you should just fire people striking. He has said you should shoot protesters with live ammunition. This type of stuff is much easier to work with under someone like Kamala Harris.
It operates and partially owns Israel's largest gas fields offshore. It's gotten very rich off of these fields, $1.5 billion in revenues just in 2022. But the Israeli government takes a big piece of this, so gets hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue directly from Chevron. And this also fuels Israel's war machine. Chevron also helps bring crude oil into Israel through pipelines that it owns or partially owns. So it is a huge player, and this is a very big
fact.
Yeah,
I agree, but a general strike is really, really hard to make happen. I've yet to see any evidence that a general strike can actually work in our modern world. If it did, it would be wonderful, but people aren't engaged enough for that. And honestly, a lot of people can't afford it.
You know, I've been part of the BDS movement. I'm supporting it for many years. I'd say this is the movement's biggest swing. You know, when you go after the major supplier of electricity, of energy.
Yeah, I agree. It's good to do. I have nothing against it. I'm just not sure it'll be particularly effective. And you seem to agree, but that doesn't matter. The point isn't it being functionally effective. The point is it is optically effective.
That is core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up.
Yeah, Russia kind of fucked up there, didn't they?
Has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom?
Please?
Or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine. Not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter.
Exactly, Wiz. And remember, Donald Trump will not monetarily support Ukraine's war effort against Russia. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word monetarily because we don't give Ukraine any money. We just give them decommissioned old weaponry that we're not going to use.
We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they can't.
Look, I'm not particularly sure that we're engaging in a peaceful practice here. We are kind of instigating with China, but China's also like doing it back, you know. We're kind of already in a cold war with China, and I just really want it to stay cold, if anything. Even if Trump kept the weapons flowing, you know, he would at least leak intel by accident to Russia. Remember how he kept nuclear secrets in his bathroom and then gave them to an Australian billionaire who then tweeted about it to his friends, or called his friends and told them about it?
Of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability in the Middle East.
No, you're not.
We must not flinch from the horrors of October.
No, the fuck you're not. You're not trying to bring any form of peace into the Middle East. You are supporting a terrorist state that is causing the Middle East to descend into a war. And you can stop that. Again, the CIA could stop it today. We could wake up tomorrow and it could be over. Like, Israel could just be a nice country who's, like, good to their neighbors and incentivizes good behavior by doing good behavior themselves. By acting charitably and in good faith, they would receive it back. I still disagree with the talking point that Iran is a threat. I don't think Iran really gives a shit too much. I think they're only a threat to us because we make them a threat to us. We just kind of got to leave the Middle East alone. We've been in there enough. We got to keep, like, slowly, obviously. Don't just, like, pull the fuck out. Again, I said this before. We can't just cut all money to Israel because then they'll all get killed. We could cut all money to Israel, de-arm the IDF under the circumstance of, okay, we'll have, like, U.S. soldiers here for a little while you prove to your neighbors that you're not Nazis. And then once you guys are, like, not about to kill each other, then we'll leave, but you're not getting your weapons back. We need to do to them what we did to Japan after World War II. Just take their weapons away, demilitarize them, and offer them our protection in exchange. All China has to do to win a Cold War is continue being slightly less evil than the US, which, if Dengism is still guiding on, I'm not particularly sure they're like less evil than the US. I think on the scale of evil, I think we're, I mean, in the eyes of history, sure, I guess, but like in reality, we're pretty much kind of the same. Hello, Jaeger. Greetings to Kazakhstan. I said 1,000 times, we don't need a new ME war, Middle Eastern war. You're right, but guess what? We have one, unfortunately, because we didn't stop it. Again, the CIA, come on, 2 of your former directors said that what Israel did was wrong. One of them said it was terrorism. Just do it. We did it to South America so many times. It would take like 3 guys to do. What is the Game of Thrones meme? Like, what, 20 good men? Just send 20 good men over to Israel, and we'll have a nice Israel by tomorrow. You don't have to kill anybody, no Fed posting, no violence, just arrest the criminals and bring them to the ICJ, bring them to The Hague, bring them to any of the countries that have arrest warrants out for them.
Verse 7. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state.
Russia is absolutely more belligerent.
1,200 people, including 46.
Russia is not only more belligerent, but Russia is one of the world's greatest exporters of right-wing, white nationalist, anti-LGBT, anti-immigrant, Nazi ideology. It's them and like the right wing of the US, which is kind of getting fed by them. Yeah, no, they are not even closely related to Marxism anymore. They never really were. I mean, the Soviet Union wasn't communist. They were just red fascists. But Russia now is just plain fascists. They're basically Nazis. Yeah, fascists appropriating the aesthetics of the past kind of way. Yeah, it's illegal to be openly gay in Russia, certified garbage. It's illegal to talk about being gay in Russia. It's illegal to have gay clubs and gay meeting places in Russia. It's illegal to be trans in Russia.
Americans in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence. 250 innocents taken hostage.
Okay, we've heard this enough times. We know. We know.
I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council.
Which Netanyahu will not sign. Oh, come on, are we gonna do the same thing? This is your last speech to the UN, like, and you're doing this? This is your... Thanks for the follow. Russia's superpower... Russia is not even a power anymore. Are you kidding? We used to be afraid of Russia. Oh, thanks for the follow too, Jaeger. We used to be afraid of Russia. They stalled 5 miles outside of their border, and that's it? They can't get any further? Like, sure, we're funding Ukraine, but Ukraine didn't even have an army before we fucking started giving them money, and then they did their, not the word draft, what's the word? Conscription to fight against, like, the invasion. I'm an anarchist, but I'll do some limited USSR defense. They for the time were better than they could have been expected to be. Considering the material conditions, not propaganda colors or perception of history, not really. Yeah, look, I can agree to that to an extent. Especially starting off, but they quickly lost all of that. You know what I mean? They had a little bit of like a decent foundation to begin with that was surprisingly better than we could have expected them to have, but then they fucked it. And they, like, in my perspective, they never really were communists. Yeah, no, Russia can't do shit. I've said before, I said on my stream like last week, that I'm sick and tired of listening to Russia fucking threaten nuclear weapons. I think that we could just take like the Russian government out before they could hit the red button. Not even all that not with much difficulty either. 100%. I'd say that started immediately. Lenin did taxi backsies on work. Yeah, absolutely. Like instantly. They had the base foundation, and then they gained power, and then lost all of that. Just took it all away and just went straight fashy. But yeah, honestly, no, fuck Russia. Give Ukraine long-range weapons. Russia can't do shit. If they hit their fucking red button, half their nukes aren't going to launch. A third of them are going to blow up on the ground instead of go into the air. And then the other half are what, like, we can blow them up before they hit the ground. They have to go into space. We have laser beams. We have rail guns. America has tech that nobody in the world even fucking knows about. I made the joke, but I don't even know if it's a joke that Joe Biden probably has a button on his desk that he could press that would open a little black hole under the Kremlin, suck it in, and then shut. Yeah, look, I'm not afraid of Russia. We could make them a colony. We can make them a U.S. colony. We can give them to China. We can make them a state. I don't care. Just end it, please. This is getting ridiculous. Every single time they make this threat, we back down, which just incentivizes them to keep making this threat. Give Ukraine the long-range weapons, like the long-range missiles, let them use it. Tell them not to hit fucking civilians. Use it on military targets, and if Russia starts whinging again, we just send the CIA in. All right? We can take out the Kremlin. Their alleged hypersonic missiles all got shot down by Patriots. Yeah, they don't have shit. You do realize that like North Korea is making their bombs right now, right? Russia is like embarrassing on the world stage now. I can't believe that not even like 5 years ago we considered them our greatest foe.
Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure men on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced.
All right, I want to hear what he has to say about this.
Rockets in Israel. Almost a year later, 2 men on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced.
Based, Jaeger, I agree. I've never been to Kazakhstan, but you guys brought Borat into the world. No, I'm kidding, but genuinely, fuck Russia. Intellectual property is a ghost of the mind. If capitalism can't handle people adopting innovation in other countries, maybe it shouldn't decide if people have food and housing. Agreed. Damn, you guys in my chat today are fully on board with the socialism and the class organization, and I love it. Thank you. This is what I want. I want to hear more people that believe in the common good, the beauty of reality, the majesty of the world, that want good things for people instead of sucking the life and happiness and wealth from society. We need more. We need more of people like us. We need to spread this thought process. We need to work from the bottom up. And this is what that is. You and me talking right now, you and me speaking. This is us working from the bottom up. Continue doing it. And certified garbage. Run for office in a couple years. Just look how pretty our flag is through KZ. Russia is the least coolest Slavic country, so the alleged king of the Slavs is actually the least cool Slav country. First off, the Kazakhstan flag is really cool. I am not going to comment on the Slav warfare that you guys got going. Hey, Ethoslav, how are you going? Oh my goodness. You forgot to add in Marxist and terrorist in there if we're going by things people call me on Twitter in the same sentence. Communist, fascist, Marxist, terrorist. Oh, I often get that one. My favorite Slavic country is Poland and Ukraine. I mean, those are two countries, Jaeger. Ah, yes, yes, you forgot. You forgot to call me a Palestinian derogatorily. As we learned from Donald Trump, that is now a thing that you can do. Can't handle Twitter without Shinigami eyes and a blue blocker. Honestly, fair. I got tased by the police and almost died. That's a weird story for public. Jesus Christ, man. ACAB. Sorry that the police tased you. I don't know what you were doing, but I'm almost positive that you did not deserve it based on your conversation with me. And Jaeger, your English is fine. Yeah, I do. I gotta. That's how I get my news. Yes, we're going with Kamala Jaeger. Absolutely. 100%. Oh, good. You should be suing them. Hold on. Frank, if you eat my cables, I will send you to Ohio where they're eating the cats and the dogs. Did you know that they're eating the cats and the dogs in Springfield, Ohio? He looks shocked. I would have said Shadow Realm. That is the thing that I say. But no, I had to bring in the Ohio thing. And also, yeah, certified garbage, you obviously can't talk about it, it's a lawsuit. Hey, Ohio is not the Shadow Realm, that's Utah. Okay? Let's get this straight. Utah is the Shadow Realm.
Full-scale war.
I'm so bored of Joe Biden speaking. Oh my goodness. Fuck it, let's just go to Erdogan. Let's listen to this fascist talk, it'll be more fun. I'm sorry guys, I can't handle Joe Biden anymore. I physically cannot do it.
Sayın Başkan.
Mr. President, dear heads of states and governments.
If this was in Turkish, I could translate. I tried to find a Turkish one to watch, but no, I can't. So I have to deal with the stupid English translation with you guys too. I still have no idea what this is about. I haven't heard him speak. I didn't watch it.
Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of myself, my country, and my nation, I greet you with my most heartfelt feelings and...
I mean, English, Turkish, a little bit of German, a little bit of Spanish, and that's about it. Could just turn it into a lo-fi shitpost by mixing it slowed down with jazz, and yeah, maybe. Yeah, English, Turkish, a little bit of German, and a little bit of Spanish.
Respect. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly once again today. Well, I hope that the 79th General Assembly will be a blessing for our countries and for the entire humanity. I would like to congratulate Mr. Francis on the completion of his term as President of the General Assembly and wish success to Mr. Young as he takes over. I would like to express
that makes sense,
our
Wiz.
pleasure to see
That'd
the
be weird.
representative of our friend and brother Palestine in his rightful place among the member states.
To be fair, certified garbage, I've lived in Turkey, I've lived in Montenegro for a little bit, I've been all over the place. So I've traveled, so I've learned languages just by traveling and engaging with people. And oh, by the way, there is an ad break about to start because it's nearly top of the hour, just so you know. And yeah, the names for technical stuff like motors in German are the names of technical stuff in German, or just really a lot of words like Krankenwagen, which is an ambulance. They look difficult to say, but German is a very phonetic language. It sounds how it looks. You just gotta sound it out, and it makes it a lot easier. I don't know. I felt like learning German was a lot easier than Spanish. Sansta Gang et Ribam. Zanstan Gengretibrem Motor. Yeah, that's a fucking hard one. Jesus. Stan Genge Tribem Otor. I can't do that one. Holy shit. I need that phonetically put out for me to say. Alright, look, I learned German through Duolingo and talking to like a couple people, okay? I can read like children's books in German. That's advanced placement.
States as a result of long struggles. I hope that this historic step will be the final turning point on the road.
It's not a bad way to clean a monitor. I would make it like not too damp.
Leading to Palestine's membership to the
I
United
love
Nations.
being asked questions like that.
The international community and all of us in the human family must fulfill our obligation to the Palestinian people without further ado, that haven't done already. Distinguished guests, I know that there are certain crises that you're monitoring on TV, and those are the crises that we are going through every day, and we're trying to manage them. That's why today I'm not representing a country that is situated far away from tensions, but instead that is found at the very heart of tension and war. Some people will be critical of us, but despite that fact, today on the common rostrum of the human race, we will speak of the truth frankly and openly. Right now, the United Nations under the...
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking into Visora. Use your Visora to clean your glasses. Oh my god. I was looking at my glasses cleaner to see what's actually in this. By the Espeon in the background, I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say, did you play Pokemon? Yes! Yes! That's actually why the Espeons and Umbreon are my favorite Pokemon because of Pokemon Coliseum. I have, I'm wearing jeans, so it's going to be difficult to show, but I have it. Umbreon on this side, and then I got an Espeon on this side. I'll get a better picture for you guys at some point. Love me my Espeon and Umbreon. And my Mew. Ankles, yeah, oh my god. I showed my ankles. How, I must be a harlot. A degenerate. Oh my goodness. I've shown my ankles to those in You all should be, like, paying me like this is OF just because you got to see my ankles. Sorry, I had to. Tattoos? No, they don't hurt all that much. I honestly, while getting the Umbreon, I was playing Pokemon Violet, like, the whole time. Yes, I must be a low-value woman now. Oh my goodness. What am I to do? I identify as an 1800s individual, and that was super offensive. I'm sorry, Cheeseburger, but you're gonna have to cope. We are offensive on this channel to 1800s individuals specifically.
Proof of which we are found today were established in the aftermath of the Second World War, in which millions of people have lost their lives to maintain international peace and security. With the establishment of the United Nations, expectations for global stability, peace, and justice were reborn.
How old are you that your parent... I don't believe that. How will we escape the Matrix now? By engaging in socialist praxis. That's how you escape the So you're the same age as me. How the hell have your parents met people from the 1800s? Well, actually, it makes sense because my dad was born in like the 60s. So yeah, no, that is crazy. Holy shit, I hadn't thought about that. Oh, and we have an ad going at the moment, so good thing I paused this. Well, if we have an ad going, I'm just gonna run to the toilet real quick. Sorry, guys, I'll be right back. I got 1 minute left. I'm sorry, I gotta go feed my cat. It's lunchtime and he's angry. He's grumpy. How do I find me somebody that will... Is that a microwave? Where is there a microwave? Oh, that. No, that's a scratch pad. Shaped like a TV. Ay. Butcher reference, pardon quote Michael, as a queer is flame so hard that the resulting cultural shift carries me past and cancels me as vanilla. Based, by the way, Wiz, I agree. And nah, you're not dumb certified garbage. Although, I don't know how you thought that was a cat carrier. It's very clearly shaped like an old school television. Aye, all right. Let's get back to it, shall we?
And hopes.
I heard he calls Netanyahu a terrorist in this speech, so.
To put it bluntly, unfortunately, in the last few years, the United Nations has failed to fulfill its founding mission and has gradually become a dysfunctional structure. The world is bigger than five is my motto. It's my credo. And this credo represents our common values, and we need those values more than ever in this.
It's too retro. Thought it was a children's microwave toy. That is incredibly funny. I'm so sorry. Have you seen the Will Smith spaghetti AI regarded as the most... No, I have not, but I hate AI, so please don't show me.
This day and age.
And yes, Wiz, you're not wrong.
International.
Although icons for televisions do often look like that. Although no, sometimes now they just look like flat screen TVs. Never mind, they got rid of that too. It did not have the staying power.
Justice cannot be left in the will of five privileged member states of the Security Council.
All right, send me the link, cheeseburger. I'll have a look at it.
The war, the massacre that has been going on in Gaza for the last 350 days. And since October
that 41,000 Palestinians killed number is so actually incorrect. You guys realize there's a reason why we haven't had an update to that number in like months. It's not because more Palestinians aren't being killed. It's because the people in charge of counting the dead are dead. The actual estimates based on like international agencies that aggregated, I think it's like data from past wars, the types of weapons that are used. They did like studies and shit. I'll find the link and I'll throw it into the description of the YouTube video at some point today. And you can see that the estimates are over 130,000 now. It's somewhere between 100 and 140,000 dead is the actual estimates. Now, can I show this on stream? Yes. Okay, let's have a look at this. This is weird. I don't know why we're cutting into this in the middle of Erdogan talking about dead Palestinians, but we have ADHD on this channel and we don't care. Oh yeah, music is AI, so no copyright. But I still might flag like immediately. Is the music necessary? YouTube might just flag it instantly. To be fair, if they were going to, they probably already did. What the fuck, man? You realize like a healthy human mind cannot create this. Someone had to make the AI make this. No. This is a sin. And I'm not even religious. This needs to be like burned, like AI in general, yes, but this specific one, I need it burned out of my retinas. Why? Why would anyone make this? Yeah, that's the more concerning AI. I'd rather not. I've seen the ones of like Joe Biden hogtied that were posted on the back of like pickup trucks in America, so it looked like someone had Joe Biden tied up in the back of their pickup as they were driving on the highway.
41,000 Palestinians have been killed in the
Again, that number is likely more than 100,000.
Israeli attacks. 41,000 lives, 41,000 people, mostly children and women, were ruthlessly taken away. And no one knows where more than 10,000 people are, most of which are children.
Probably dead.
And likewise, 100,000 people were injured, maimed, or they lost their limbs. 172 journalists were killed while trying to do their job under very difficult circumstances. And more than 500 medics have...
Do you know how the UN actually, like, the headsets work? Because it's really interesting. There's, like, several teams of people up, like, in a room somewhere that are doing the translations, and they have, like, little nodes so that if one breaks down, then the other can jump in. There's, like... You know what? Hold on. There's, like, officially recognized languages. No, it's actually really cool. Hold on. Let me see if I can find something to explain it. Ah, cool. It's a 1.5-minute YouTube video, so it's not
There are
content
6
stealing.
languages that the United Nations uses for its official and working documents and general assemblies: Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. The last 5 mentioned have been established since 1946, when the United Nations was created after World War II to prevent another global conflict.
This isn't the video I was thinking about, but essentially it's all of these languages, and they're all in different rooms, and there's multiple people. There's, I think, at least 3 for each language that are sitting in that room, and their job is to translate, because the people, like when you're speaking at the UN, you're speaking in one of these 5 languages. And through those 5 languages, it gets translated into other languages. And let's say someone is speaking like French, and the French team is like they're having tech issues and it's just not working. The French team gets sent over to the Spanish team, because to work in any of these, you have to know at least 3 of these languages, so that if this node breaks down, like the French team needs to be working, but the French person like can't get the words out, it moves to another node who has someone that speaks that language, and then that node will translate it. It's really cool. I really recommend looking it up. It was fascinating to learn about. I mean, multilingualism is a thing that you kind of got to start off early. The older you are, the more difficult it is to learn a new language.
Been killed while they were trying to save lives. Humanitarian aid workers and the United Nations personnel who came to the rescue of the people of Gaza who were struggling with hunger and thirst were killed. More than 215.
So, yes, Jaeger, that is exactly true. I'm Turkish. This man is a grifter. He's a dictator. He started off as like the prime minister, and then he finished his term, and then he changed the laws before he did so that he could be the president, and that the powers of the prime minister transferred to the president, and then he became the president, and then he switched back and forth, and then he changed all the laws, and then arrested a bunch of scholars and lawyers and teachers and people, anyone really who spoke up against him, and now he's just like the de facto dictator. I was born in Turkey, but I grew up in the States.
United Nations personnel. They hit marketplaces, tent and camps where the refugees were sheltered. They hit 820 mosques and 3 churches that shouldn't have been touched even in war. And they did.
Yeah, speaking of, those mosques and churches that were destroyed were like historical landmarks. They were built, they're beautiful buildings built like I don't know how long ago, but they are a loss to this world that nothing could have justified. Cool. The thing here is, because he spoke about the aid workers and the UN workers, you do realize that aid workers don't even go into Gaza anymore, right? It's too dangerous because Israel keeps killing them. How many Palestinians are left? Because it's been months since the news of like, oh, they're starving to death. There is a famine in Gaza. We need to bring food. And then we never did. We never did because they wouldn't let us. We tried. I covered it early on stream of leaked documents that the State Department, Anthony Blinken, knew that they were blocking aid into Israel and lied about it to Congress. How many of these people are still alive? Where are they getting food from? Where are they getting water from? There was a polio outbreak like a month ago. How are they still alive? How many of them are left? And beyond that, let's just remember how bad Israel is, okay? Because it's not just killing aid workers. They kill them on fucking purpose. I remember very distinctly the case of the convoy of aid that was doing multiple runs back and forth. They were in contact with the IDF, driving through a demilitarized zone, where the first car in the convoy gets hit by a missile. Convoy stops. These survivors and the wounded are taken out of that first car, brought to the second. They're on the phone with the IDF like, hey, your drone just hit us. We're here. You know, this is our 3rd trip out of 5. You know that it's us. They're like, oh, whoops, sorry, or something. I don't know. I don't actually think they said whoops, sorry, but that's giving them way too much credit. The convoy moves another like 500 meters. Bam, second car gets hit. Do the same thing. Another kilometer later, bam, third car gets hit. They're all dead. They will purposefully, actively kill aid workers, which is why we don't let aid workers, or like organizations don't let aid workers into Gaza anymore. No, you're not allowed back there. You keep trying to eat my cables. Go into the hole, please. Or just lay on the ground. Okay. The coward Kazakh government still does business with Israel. So does every other coward government. Look, the world is fucked, and Israel is economically important because we made it that way. I don't know. I've talked a lot about Israel this stream, and I'm tired. I'm tired of dealing with this shit. I'm tired of dealing with this terrorist fucking country. Again, they just invaded another one. They bombed Iran's capital. They're not even at war with Iran. They were not at war with Lebanon when they did a terrorist attack, killing civilians by putting bombs into pagers. I went off about it. Now, when the next time you buy something, what are the chances that you're going to think like, I wonder if there's a bomb in here? This was the first instance of civilian tech being used as a weapon of war. I said this sets a precedent. Someone's going to do it again. This isn't the last time it's going to happen. Over here, all the churches support Israel. That's unsurprising. No. It's fucked up. It is fucked up.
Deliberately hit dozens of hospitals, hundreds of schools, more than 130 ambulances carrying patients.
They killed 130 ambulances. They bombed them.
They shredded the Charter of the United Nations from the rostrum of the United Nations and shamelessly challenged the whole world, who are people of conscience. From this very rostrum, they challenged them. My friends, leaked images from Israel's prisons, which it has turned into concentration camps, clearly show what kind of...
The single time you're ever going to catch me agreeing with this man is probably this speech. I've even covered those concentration camps.
barbarianism we are facing.
Don't call them barbarians, call them Nazis. That's what they are.
Gaza has become the world's largest cemetery for women and children. More than 17,000 children were targeted by Israeli bullets and bombs. Hind Recep was only 6 years old. He and his family were seeking safety.
Stop it.
When their car was hit by Israeli forces. He lost everything. He lost his mother, father, siblings.
Sorry guys, hold on, I have to kick the cat out because he keeps trying to eat my cords. Do you want to be turned into shoes? Huh? Do you want to be fuzzy slippers? Do you? No. I would never, ever. I love you, but you keep eating my cable, so you need to go.
Cousins. He lost all the hopes he had packed, and only he survived. He waited desperately for rescue for 12 days. Will you come to take me? I'm fearful. Was waiting for a helping hand to reach out to him for 12 days.
Nearly every speech at this conference has been this depressing that I've seen, just so you guys know.
Despite the level of our world has reached, despite the technology at our disposal, despite our organizations with huge budgets employing tens of thousands of personnel, as a human family of 8 billion inhabitants, we haven't yet managed to rescue a 6-year-old girl, which is actually like an injured sparrow trapped under the rubble that was shaking before our eyes.
A decent analogy.
Hundreds of Gazan children died and are still dying because they cannot find a morsel of a dry bread, a sip of water, and a bowl of soup. In Gaza, not only children are dying, but also the United Nations system. The values that the West claims to defend are
I'm not
dying.
saying
The truth
anything
is
because
dying.
surprisingly, I'm
The hopes of
not
humanity
disagreeing.
to live
He's not
in a
saying anything wrong right now, shockingly.
more just world are dying one by one. I am asking you bluntly here, openly, frankly.
Yeah.
I call out to you.
Horrible.
Oh, human rights organizations. Are those in Gaza and the West Bank not human beings? Do children in Palestine have no
According to Israel, no.
rights? Can't they play out on the streets in their homelands safely? And calling out to the international press organizations. Aren't the journalists murdered by Israel on live TV your colleagues whose offices were
172 journalists this year. Israel has not formally opened up a second front, but they have started a war against Lebanon, not just Hezbollah. They did so by doing a terrorist attack and then have now killed, a couple hundred people? Because politics is fun and it's important.
Actually raided as well. I call out to United Nations Security Council. What are you waiting for to prevent the genocide in Gaza, to put a stop to this cruelty, this barbarianism?
Jaeger, you can just watch the stream from the beginning. I covered quite a lot of it.
What are you waiting for to stop Netanyahu and his network?
Yeah, politics needs more cute girls. It would get people more involved at the very least.
Endangering the lives of the Palestinian people, which is a part of a mass murder network. And what are you still waiting for to stop?
Wait, hold on, I want to hear that again.
Who is endangering the lives of the Palestinian people, which is a part of a mass murder network. And what are you still waiting for to stop them?
Yes, Jaeger, it was. And it's really bad. Like, beyond just being the first stone against Lebanon, like, they've been shooting rockets back and forth, but it's been very mild, like general for the region kind of stuff. But the pagers was a full-on terrorist attack against Lebanon, because again, it was mostly civilians who were hurt by that. Sure, there was a couple militants, but 3,000 people got injured on the first day. 12 children died. Most people who carry pagers, again, are doctors, nurses, and firefighters. And Israel didn't know where these pagers were going to end up. They fabricated them, they put the bombs in them, and they sent them there, knowing that some of them would end up in the hands of Hezbollah. But even the America's former CIA director called it terrorism.
Putting to danger their own people and the entire region for political gain.
If you're going to say anything other than agreeing with me, Dota, I need to tell you right now that Hezbollah is not just a terrorist organization, it is also a political party in the de facto government of Lebanon. No, they have not sent ground forces into Lebanon yet. They will, though.
I would like to call out to the countries supporting Israel in an unconditional manner. How long are you going to be able to carry the shame of witnessing this massacre? Dear friends, while children are dying in Gaza, in Ramallah, in Lebanon, while babies are dying in incubators, unfortunately...
I'm going to ask you guys again today. I'm going to ask you one more time. Does Lebanon have the right to defend itself against the worst terrorist attack on its country since 2006? Now, sure, their government is partially a terrorist organization, but Israel is also a terrorist state. Does Lebanon have the right to defend itself? And that's the point I'm trying to make, is none of this actually, is useful. This isn't, we don't want more war. I don't want them to have to defend themselves. We as America could end this in a day, like that. Tomorrow morning, we could be no more war, no more genocide. Yeah, I did want to hear it. I just was going to say, if you're not going to agree with, I needed you to know that before you said what you were going to say.
International community has given a very bad test and failed in a big way. What's happening in Palestine, look, is a sign of a great moral collapse. I believe that the peoples of the world, the leaders of countries and international organizations should reflect on this painful picture, upon this painful landscape. And I would like to state very clearly and loudly here, the Israeli government, disregarding basic human rights, trampling on international law at every opportunity, is practicing ethnic cleansing, a clear genocide against a nation, a people, and occupying their lands step by step.
Jesus, I have never actually agreed with Erdogan this much. I hate this man. He's ruined Turkey, and I'm agreeing with him here. Just so you guys understand the level of, I've covered this one on stream before, just the level of hatred that some Israelis have towards, because he asked earlier, I was looking for this since then, he said, are Palestinian children not, or Palestinian Lebanese children not people? Well, according to this, by the way, this is the longest running English live stream in Israel, and this is what they say. This was like a month ago.
So I would, if you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. That's just, I think most Israelis
if
probably
that's
agree.
The choice, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, even if it's not like right now.
Yeah, no.
I would press it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the same with the territories.
I would.
Could you type that again, Dota? I didn't really understand. Since the third Israel-Lebanon war, Israel used what? They used best they can to implement the best terror act in history. Like, I feel like I understand where you're going with that, but try again, please.
Would press it right now. No choice. Even if it's not like right now.
Yeah, no.
I would press it right now.
Yeah, and same with the territories.
I would
These
press
people
it right now.
hate them.
No choice. No, Sean is safe at home.
He's talking about his wife. He's talking about his wife.
Like an hour.
No, I'm saying for the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, God
I
willing.
would press it right now.
Even if she was
Give me
there.
a button. I'd press it right now.
There you go.
And again, that was the West Bank too. That's the type of people that we're up against in this. When I say that Israel is like a one-to-one comparison of Nazis, I'm not wrong. Now, this is a fascist. This man is a fascist authoritarian dictator. But he's better than a Nazi, marginally. Marginally, just the tiniest little bit. But I'm finding myself agreeing with someone that I fucking despise.
Palestinians whose freedom, independence, and most basic rights have been usurped are rightfully exercising their legitimate rights of resistance against this occupation and ethnic cleansing. The just resistance of the Palestinian people against the occupiers of their land is too noble. It's honorable and legitimate to be called illegitimate. It's heroic and it's noble.
Fuck, holy shit. What? I don't want to call Erdogan based. I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. Russia was marginally better than the Nazis during World War II. And then after we beat the Nazis, then Russia was the big bad. They went to use pagers back in 86, 96, but people start to use mobile phones now. Hezbollah back to pagers, right? Well, Hezbollah went to pagers because they knew that their phones were being tracked by Israel. But again, it was mostly civilians who had them. I mean, like, Israel is a terrorist state. You're not wrong here. They've been planning this shit. You guys know that they propped up Hamas, right? Like, they did what we did as America with Al-Qaeda. They were like, oh, these people will help us fight, our larger war. And then we gave them money and weapons, and then they realized that we're pieces of shit, and then they used them against us. Or, they stopped helping us and they fucked off and whatnot. It's the same mistakes over and over again. The only difference here is that, like, when America went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan, the American people post 9/11 definitely would not have been all that inclined to care about dying civilians, and a lot of civilians died. A lot. I just looked up the number, 200-something thousand. But the U.S. military's intention was never to just kill every brown person that they see. We did do a lot of that, but that wasn't the intended result of the U.S. military. That is the intended result of the IDF. You see what I mean? Like, America is not good in any means, but that is evil. There's a line. You go from bad to, like, Hitlerite evil, concentration camps evil. That's okay. If you want to learn more about the Middle East, you can keep watching me, because I don't shut the fuck up about this. So.
The only reason for Israel's aggression against the Palestinian people is the unconditional support of group of countries. And I would like
9/11 wasn't a uniquely tragic event. It was like, as Hassan has said, America kind of deserved it. It was blowback for things that we had done in the past. Now, again, the people who died on 9/11 did not deserve to die. That was still bad, but the retaliation, the act of being retaliated against was justified. The act of retaliating against the United States by the people that did was justified, whether they were right or wrong, whether they were terrorists or bad, they were justified. What they did was still bad. The people who died did not deserve to die, but actions that you do in the past do have an effect in the future. Hamas on October 7th wouldn't have done what they did if Israel hadn't occupied Palestinian territory for 70 years. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is blowback. Israel did it to themselves, just like we did it to ourselves. The million number is a little bit overblown. So I didn't say million. I said 250 to 350,000. I looked it up a minute ago.
My brothers and sisters at the legitimate resistance in Palestine. As I've said before, the support of a group of countries for Israel is the reason why this aggression is still going on. Countries that have a say over Israel are openly complicit in this massacre with a policy of run for the hare and catch the hound.
Okay, no, there's no Zyklon B this time around, sure. But what do they have? Well, they still hold them there. They have the disco room. They rape them with batons and then argue that it's justified. Here, let's have a look at this. They hold them and torture them for fun. Sure, okay, they're not killing them in the concentration camp, succubus, but they're killing them outside of the concentration camp. I was in Afghanistan 2016. I was in Syria in 2014. I was in Georgia 2008. Jesus Christ. You've been around. I don't know what you said that is wrong. I haven't disagreed with you, Dota. Yeah, no, Jaeger's right. That was a little bad faith. Like, it may not be one-to-one with the Zyklon B, but in literally every other context, it is. And they're still ethnically cleansing them. They're just not doing them in the camp. Look, this is, just watch.
לא יודע אם יודעים, אבל יש אירוע כרגע בשדה תימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור.
This is after 4 Israeli soldiers were arrested for raping a Palestinian with a baton in the concentration camp, in which then the Israeli people rioted, not because they thought what the soldiers did was wrong, but because the soldiers were arrested and they thought that that was wrong. This is Yoav Gallant, war criminal and defense minister of Israel. Nukba is a slur for Palestinians. So when they say Nukba, that is a slur. Yes, no soldiers in the world can do that. Now watch them defend it. They did vote to exonerate them.
והחיילים בשדה תימן, מתקן מעצר של מחבלי נוח'בה, ומשטרה צבאית שם הגיעה לעצור כמה...
I have a video on this, I made it, it's on YouTube.
כנראה בגלל איזה שהם טענות של יחס למחבלי נוח'בה, ויש שם אירוע של התבצרות וכולי. הטרלול שהמדינה שלנו נכנסת אליו סביב הסיפור הזה הוא מטורף, וצריך להפסיק אותו, ואני חושב שצריך פה לתת דוגמה אישית, ואני אומר עכשיו, ואני קורא לחברי הקואליציה לעשות כמוני, אני קם, ואני יוצא מפה, ואני לא הולך להצביע יותר על שום דבר, עד שהסיפור הזה והטרלול הזה.
When he says the insanity, that there is someone in the prosecutor's office who thinks
יש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא
that it is possible to come and arrest soldiers for things they're doing to Nukba terrorists, Palestinians.
ואני חושב שחבריי בקואליציה טוב יעשו אם יעשו כמוני. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל.
להכניס מקל לרקט.
To insert a stick into a person's rectum, is this legitimate? Shut up. Yes, if he's a Palestinian, everything is legitimate to do. Oh, I know you're not defending the Israeli government. Netanyahu is worse than Erdogan, though. Marginally, Erdogan is just slightly better. Look, Erdogan is also, like, very much in favor of ethnic cleansing, just of the Kurds. The only difference is he's not doing it in the same way. He's still doing it. He's still evil. Erdogan is still evil. Netanyahu's just more evil.
אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות לו. הכל. הכל. זה מה שרציתי.
Imagine getting that angry and offended at the idea that it's illegitimate for you to rape a Palestinian with a baton? They're genocidal. That's what that means.
Those who are supposedly working for a ceasefire in front of the stage.
Absolutely true. Yeah.
Arms
the Israelis hate Netanyahu and Gallant, but they can't go anywhere as long as there's a war happening. Hence the Lebanese war that they're starting. Also, they want to start the war with Lebanon because it'll affect U.S. politics, because if they're in a war with Lebanon, we just sent more troops to the region. We have 40,000 soldiers there, not in Israel, but around the place in case something happens. They want us to get pulled into a war so that Democrats, who are significantly less likely to be positively inclined by hearing that, won't vote for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump can win and then give Israel the green light to turn all of that into glass and then, make it condominiums. Also, look, Zelensky's not perfect, but again, better than Putin by like miles and miles and miles.
And ammunition to Israel so that it can continue its massacres in the background. This inconsistency and this is insincerity. Look, there's a paper that has been going around back and forth since May. Hamas has repeatedly declared its acceptance of the ceasefire offer, but the Israeli government has.
Yes, Turkey supports Azerbaijan's actions in Nagorno-Karabakh, although more discreetly. I do think that they want Azerbaijan to keep messing with Armenia. No, I have never been in Russia. They would not like me, but Russia is a fascist state. If you're from Russia and you're pro-Putin, you're not gonna like me. You just rewind the video back like 30 minutes and listen to me screaming about that instead, I promise you. Look, Vladimir Putin is a fascist Nazi pig, and the CIA should just take him out. I advocate for that. Look, that's fine. That's okay. It's not like he'd be the only one. I have people in here that will talk to me, and I'm willing to engage with people that I disagree with as long as they actually believe what they're saying. I'm not sure if it's right. I think it was disputed territory. No, you're right. No, never mind. Yes, it is Azerbaijan territory, but it had a lot of ethnic Armenians in it, which got pushed out. I get it, Jaeger, but you have to engage with people if you want to change minds. And I'm willing to try, at the very least. Some people you can't change their mind, but it's worth trying.
Has made it very clear that this is the party that doesn't want peace by constantly dragging its feet, making a settlement of the dispute much more difficult, almost impossible, constantly finding an excuse and sneakily killing its negotiating.
You're joking, right, Dora? America could. I'm not going to go into it. They would kill me in Russia, right? I'm gay. I like women. It's illegal.
Partner at the time when it was closest to a ceasefire.
I would rather live in Turkey than in Russia. Speaking as someone who's lived in Turkey and knows that that's not a great place to live.
Israel's stalling and deception should not be given any more credit. In the absence of the implementation,
No, you're doing, like, you're absolutely correct, Jaeger. Also, funny enough, I'm pretty sure if I tried to fly to Russia, they would literally arrest me in the airport. I have said a lot of shit, okay? I don't hold back. I don't censor myself. I just give my flat-out opinion, and, I mean, I'm pretty sure I can't even go back to Turkey after things I've said about Erdogan.
in the absence of the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution number 2735, coercive measures against Israel should be put on the agenda. Israel's behavior has once again demonstrated that it is imperative for the international community to develop a protection mechanism for Palestinian civilians. 70 years ago,
The resolution 2735 was Security Council welcomes new Gaza ceasefire proposal, urges full implementation. So that's what he was saying was ignored. Look, again, this ceasefire would have been put in place months ago, if not for Netanyahu. He's the one that keeps declining it.
just as Hitler was stopped by an alliance of humanity.
Man, what the fuck is up with you Russians thinking that every queer person is trying to influence children? None of us give, like, that's not a thing. No one's trying to make your kids gay. No one's trying to trans their gender. That does not happen. It just doesn't. No gay person, no queer person, no bi person, no trans person, none of us would ever wish this upon another person in the reality that we live in. It fucking sucks to be discriminated against for your sexual orientation or your gender identity. And it is a constant issue. No one wants to make anyone else like us. We feel bad for young kids. When I see like a young queer kid, I feel bad for them because of the world that we live in and the way that the world is going. No one's trying to do that. There's zero evidence for it too. Like, it's just a lie. Half of the State Department. What? Do you work for the State Department? Is that why you're sitting here like telling me Russian propaganda? I don't understand. Thank you, Succubus. And I'm okay with that. As long as you act like you authentically engage with your opinions, and I may disagree with you, but I respect them too. It's just people who don't believe what they say that I don't like. And there's a lot of that, you know? It's hard to find people who engage in talking to each other about anything political truthfully. It doesn't happen as often. And also, yeah, I would also be in prison for discrediting, dissenting against Russian forces. I'm pro-Ukraine. Like they don't want me there, mate. Like they don't like me.
Murder network must be stopped by an alliance.
All right, clearly. All right. Clearly the Erdogan stuff is getting ignored. Not that we got through the thick of it, you know. He said the truth for the most part. Like I didn't really find myself disagreeing with him to the point where it was shocking. We only got 15 minutes into the other 30, like the 36-minute video, but I really do imagine the rest of the 20 minutes is pretty much just repeating the same things. The entire UN General Assembly, every clip that I've seen of it so far has been pretty depressing, except maybe like Brazil. Lula talking about climate change was good, but I mean that was undercut a little bit because they're not exactly the best on climate there right now either. We're in a tough place in the world right now, but I also think that we're at a turning point. I think we have the opportunity that if we can coalesce together as the working class, that we can get rid of all the racial and ethnic distinctions and just we are the working class, we are the labor class, and there are 1,000 elites that hold more than 50% of the world's wealth. That's what we should be focusing on. Videos from school where people avoid steps colored with rainbows, we're not against it, but my God, yeah. They are literally laws, man. I've watched videos of like the Russian police cracking down on gay nightclubs where only adults are allowed in because it's a fucking nightclub. There is no one trying to influence children. The videos from schools where people avoid rainbow colored steps, That's because you guys are spreading homophobia. Having rainbow-colored steps in front of a school is not indoctrinating children into being gay. It's teaching them that being gay is normal because people are born gay. You don't become gender and sexuality are both fluid. You move throughout. It is a natural internal occurrence. External forces do not influence you. Aside from maybe the fact of, oh, holy shit, that person's hot. I might want to bang them. That's the extent of external forces influencing you into being gay or being any kind of queer. That's it. Everything else is internal. Yeah, you guys are a homophobic country. I'm glad at least you're admitting it, but why would I want to go there? You're also a fascist country. Your police, like, arrests dissidents. You speak badly about the Russian government. I just saw a video like a day ago of a woman who had an empty sign, literally nothing on it, standing in front of the Kremlin and got arrested. No, don't hate me. You can't prove that this. You prove to me that I'm lying. Prove to me that I'm wrong. I can show you hundreds of examples of the Russian state being a fascistic authoritarian state, where they take away your right to dissent, your right to protest, your right to, yes. No one's confusing kids. If it's confusing for kids to see gay people, would it also not be confusing for kids to see straight people? Kids don't have a concept of sex. They see two people kissing. They don't think of it as any different. Have you ever seen the opinion of like an 8-year-old who saw like two girls kiss? And they're like, oh, I didn't know that that could happen. That's cool. And then they move on and go play with their toys? You guys have been fed propaganda. No one chooses it. It's not a choice. I disagree with you entirely. And Russia has not only all the hallmarks of a fascist nation, is a fascist nation. Sorry, Succubus, I may have roped you in with the general vibe that I'm getting here. I'm just so sick of hearing this child indoctrination bullshit. It's just right-wing talking points that aren't real. There's literally no evidence of it. Send me anything. Show me something. Show me anything substantial. Not one person that was discredited like 3 months later, or one person who went to jail. Like, I need systemic evidence. Because you're claiming that this is a thing that is done. This is a thing that exists, not as a one-time thing. You know, I need systems. What? What the fuck do you mean suicide by gender change? What does that mean? Well, like they become trans so the Russian government will kill them? I don't understand. You know the suicide rate for transgender people who don't get access to gender affirming medical care is 67%, right? 67% of trans people who, no, it's not. Show me the science, please. Show me the science. Trans people who don't get the proper gender affirming health care, 67% of them commit suicide. Your science is wrong. I can show you the opposite. I can show you significant the opposite. I mean, I think that it's pretty low now. I think they're stretched way too thin. Yo, the US government will ban you. Sure, maybe I'll ban you for making a claim that you can't back up with evidence. Here, how about this one? I can back my claim up. National Library of Medicine, suicide and suicidal behavior in transgender persons. Results. The suicide attempt rate among transgender persons ranges from 32% to 50% across the countries. Gender-based victimization, discrimination. Sorry, the 67% number was a US number. This is worldwide we're looking at. Bullying, violence, being rejected by family and friends and communities, harassment by intimate partners, family members, police, and the public, discrimination, ill treatment of healthcare systems are major risk factors that influence the suicidal behaviors among trans people. Show me the way where? Where are you showing me the way? I want to not believe that, Jaeger. I want to believe that this is not just a troll, that this is someone that believes this. Okay, no, now you're bringing up China. Yeah, you're absolutely like a fucking propagandist. The U.S. gender is going less than grow? What? What does that mean? Does that mean that trans rates in the U.S. are going up? Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's based on the fact that it's less stigmatized than it was before, and therefore more people are open to being themselves instead of being miserable and in the closet? I don't know what you're trying to say here, but no one's making kids queer, except kids that are queer already, and I don't know, no, like trans people aren't any more prevalent today than they were 100. There's evidence of trans people existing like pre-Jesus's conception. We can go back to like ancient India 5,000 years ago. We can go back to fucking, I think even Japan like 5,000 years ago. Not 5,000, like more than 1,000 years ago. There's evidence of, hold on. I'm gonna say it, I might as well show it. $3,200 years ago in Africa, the U.S. population grows at 3.5. The U.S. population is only growing because of immigration. EU population is also growing because of immigration. Russian population is growing because you guys are fucking cool. Great, good for you. What do I care? This story doesn't add up. No, this man must be part of like a, what was it? The Wagner group or something? I mean, look, you know how to fix declining birth rates? Is by make life cheaper for people and make it cheaper to have children. And also, immigration. That's why Japan and South Korea are dying countries, and that's why America's population is growing. As much as we love to whinge and scream about immigration in America, we still let them in, and therefore our country benefits, prospers. Immigration is good. Anyway, this went on a bit longer than I expected to. That's pretty much all I got for today, guys. So no stream on Friday because I will be phone banking with Progressive Victory. Again, if you want, well, I mean, if you live in the United States and you want to, what? Don't ask Wagner if you don't have, you definitely were fucking Wagner. No, I'm kidding. Look, it's okay. Go progressivevictory.win if you want to phone bank for Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. If you live in Wisconsin, go out there and canvass. I'm not officially affiliated with them, guys. I'm just a volunteer. You can do this too. This is how you make real change in the world. Real positive change comes from the bottom up, not from the top down. If you want to make the world better, go out there and do it. Do something. Help out and fight fascism taking over America. In any case, I had a lot of fun talking to you guys today. Thanks to all the new people who came in. I will try and definitely do a stream before next Monday. I'll aim for tomorrow, but it might have to be Sunday, just because Friday's off. But might do a late night one on Friday instead, if depending on how the phone banking goes. I'll keep you guys updated. Join my Twitter. Oh, sorry, not my Twitter. Join my Discord if you want updates, and we can go from there. I'm saying that some kids can be confused no matter what kind of information they get. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Agree with you, Succubus. My apologies. I misunderstood you there. Surf with him in Black Ops 2. You guys are funny. Definitely join the Discord, guys. It's growing. It's kind of dead. I would love to have more people in there and have good, like, active conversation and fun.